that was the format. This is different.
So you think that they don't now, even after these two famous cases of Good being killed, I'd say it's her fault from what my analysis of it, and likewise Pretty, again, he shouldn't have been antagonizing Ice like that. But
yeah, and I think we should both. Not a bad time to clarify. While I think that they were both foolhardy, they did not deserve to be shot.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, it doesn't go without saying, I think.
Yes, it was horrible to look at, and it does, there's something not right about it. Nevertheless, it is the case that had they not been antagonizing,
it
would never have happened. They put themselves in a stupid situation.
And also, the emotions that I'm talking about, and this is, as much as anything, that's my business.
Right. So this
they are hugely hostile, and spitting on these officers, calling them Nazis. They are enjoying themselves in that anger, and I feel quite strongly that they have cast themselves in this particular scenario as the center of the story, as the main actors, and the immigrants themselves are almost irrelevant. It's just an excuse. They're off to the side. This is ostensibly your purpose, but what they are enjoying is the direct conflict with authority, and going out on someone else's behalf. But it's more that they are the saviors, they are the righteous ones. This is one big what's it called, white savior narrative. That's exactly what it is. It's what they claim is a terrible thing to do. It's what if I wrote a different kind of novel.
They think white savior narrative is bad.
It's terrible.
But they are actually acting it.
That's actually what they're doing. Yes.
And white savior being bad meaning, because
in fiction for at least the last 10 years, that's one of the things that that progressive literary people have seized upon. That's if you have a white savior narrative, then you're casting the privileged white person as the hero who's rescuing the poor minorities, and that will not do. The white people don't get to perform that role. They have to be incidental, or you just have to write about little white people stories.
Right.
Don't include anyone else. That's another.
So they've sort of created a trap for themselves where they've said you can't do the white savior stuff, but then when it comes to this issue, silence is also violence. So they have to do something. But the best thing I think is just to avoid the contradiction, and not the best thing. They think the best thing, and that's the position they've got themselves into. When you say righteous anger, it's self-righteous anger, not righteous anger, right?
Well, to the people who are feeling it feels like righteous anger. To us, looking at them, it looks like self-righteous anger.
Yes. So that part of that emotion of theirs has been hijacked to this issue. And what would you think would be a healthier way for them, let's say in good faith, let's say they care about this issue and they want to do something about it, what would be a reasonable thing for them to do?
I don't know, write an op-ed.
How much do you think this comes down, what you've been describing is sort of narcissism, basically, writ large?
Yes.
How profound?
Well observed.
How deep is this? I think of Jonathan Haidt and in The Righteous Mind. He talks about the moral foundations theory and the sort of split between progressives and conservatives. And progressives or liberals, I think he used that word rather, tend to over-index and sort of harm, protection, and conservatives more on loyalty, group-based. I just try to get to the where's the deepest we can go to find the sort of the emotional dividing line here. And I don't know if maybe we've gone as deep as we can, but I wonder if you had any insight there.
Well, definitely on the left on this issue, the position is that they're the caring people. They also embrace this notion of racial shame. And on the other side are the bigots, who are selfish, and also, well, I'm sure we'll get into it, but who are economically ignorant, because we need immigrants.
Right.
And somehow I think the right on this issue is cast as the people of the past, right? The who are increasingly old and irrelevant, because the future is young and foreign.
That's what she thinks.
There's no sense. I mean, this part I think is genuine. That on the left, they don't really believe in their countries. They don't derive any sense of meaning from their nationality, except in the negative. And a lot of the progressive world is negative. It's all against.
Hair like this doesn't just happen. There's air jets straightening with precision, engineered sound reduction, and 20,000 hours of airflow simulation, all designed for this. Engineering Beauty by Dyson.
With GoFundMe Pro, your nonprofit can reach every single supporter, everywhere they go. Like on your website, for starters. Or a campaign page designed just the way you want. Or a partner site. You can show intelligent ask amounts for this errand, and that errand. And every errand out there. You can fundraise at a gala, even a gala. Whoa, with live fundraising tools, you can show up in the golden hills of Friscara. Or you can fundraise on Facebook or Instagram.
But in a positive sense, there is nothing. The only positive is in the joy of organizing this self-hatred, this fake self-hatred. There is no. There's a hole where the pride should be, and I don't think that can be a basis for a successful culture, and I don't think it's really at the basis psychologically for a successful self. These people are often miserable, and in fact, the left tends to poll as, especially on the female side, as much more unhappy than the rest of the country. And I really think it has to do with this sense of void at the center of the ideology. We talk about how the woke thing has become a religion, but it definitely doesn't provide a kind of spiritual sustenance that traditional religion did. There's something missing at the center of this ideology that just eats people up.
Yeah, I definitely want to come back to the male-female divide there, but this whole is interesting because the inverse, maybe, if you looked at like Nazi Germany, it would be that nationalism has filled the hole of God, and that the nation state, and a pure nation state, was the motivation behind everything. And what you're describing here is this sort of anti-nation state has filled.
Yes.
So it's like it's a black hole inversion of, well, it's not quite Nazism, but it's sort of, it is, I mean, I do think this comes back to Second World War, and we've explored this a lot on the show, and Karl Popper. And,
yeah, I've seen any number of those episodes, actually.
If you think I'm wrong, do challenge me on that, but it seems to me that's where the anti-nation state seems to occur. It's curious.
Yes, and that's why we started idolizing these international organizations.
Yes.
So I much in concurrence with your reading of that.
I find it strange that happened in America, because it was American nationalism that defeated Nazis.
It's skate. Pretty much, Tony Hawk, though.
Or it was the American nation state, obviously, with its allies in Britain, Russia, and around the world. But I can understand why the Germans would have had that reaction. Understandable. But it doesn't make sense why the American spirit would have taken a knock. Do you have any insight into that?
Well, I mean, this is bigger than we're going to get into, but obviously it has to do with the growth of the progressive movement that really got going in my younger days. Seems to have come to its insane peak in the last 10 years, but it's been going on my whole life. And, I was a part of it to begin with.
You were part of the problem?
Oh, yes, I was a part of the problem.
How so?
I know when I was a teenager, I wore beads and I went to anti-Vietnam
Beads? Oh no!
protests.
You're
Actually,
wearing beads? That's part of the
that was the
problem?
one point in which I think I was probably
What the fuck is she
sound.
talking about?
It was a crummy war,
Yeah.
and it was a waste of American resources, and let's face it, we lost. So, yeah, and my brother, my older brother, was in line for the draft, so I felt that I had a dog in this fight. Although I don't think that metaphor is very kind to him. But I grew up on the left. My parents were liberal Democrats.
So when was your Damascene moment? When did you turn?
I don't think it was a single moment, but I didn't really start questioning my political upbringing until I was in my early 30s. I moved to Northern Ireland, and that really made a conservative out of me.
Did it really?
Yeah.
What about Northern Ireland made you into a conservative?
I hated the IRA. Virtually on sight. By the way, I arrived there with no opinions about the place whatsoever. I was completely ignorant. But that was I was actually a blank slate. There is such a thing. And I just found the IRA, the people in it, their rhetoric, and not to mention what they were doing, completely repulsive and unjustifiable. The terrible injustice that they were fighting was comparatively trivial, considering what they were willing to do to press their cause. And in the main, the discrimination against Catholics by the time I arrived in 1987 had been, if anything, overcompensated for, and yet they weren't giving it up.
Chewy Pharmacy zooms pet meds right to your door, fast, which Zippy loves because zoomies are kinda his thing. And now get 20% off for fast delivery for life with pets. There's Chewy Pharmacy. Your favorite browser just got better again. Meet the latest updates to Gemini and Chrome, like the new side panel for more browsing and less toggling. Recall the sites you visited and chats you had. And get simple, personally relevant answers to your complex questions. Work with other Google apps like Gmail from the side panel. It's like the... Without switching tabs.
Play Dragon.
Make progress on your plans with auto browse to assist you with routine tasks that normally slow you down. From finding and applying discount codes to adding
Did you know the election's been over for fucking like 5 or 20 years, bro?
Why did that make you a conservative rather than, let's say,
Well,
unionist?
partly because Democrats in the U.S. were often very pro-IRA. It was considered a liberation movement, and So I thought, well, that's just morally off.
Right.
Right. I have the same response to the Democratic response to October 7th. It's morally off.
What?
Sorry, this does not compute.
Morally off?
Why are you backing this? Why can't you see that this is disgusting?
Yeah.
That's the one.
So that helped a separation. And I also on a completely different issue fell out with my father on Clinton's welfare reforms, because my father was indignant over Clinton's welfare reforms. Clinton was trying to really cut the welfare rolls and get people back to work, and I thought that was great. And my father threatened to never give another dime to the Democratic Party again. And I thought, this doesn't make sense. This is
another dime.
ultimately condescending, because my father was a workaholic.
Not another dime.
And he took great pride in his professional achievements. Why would you wish worklessness for other people?
And why do you think he did? What was his thinking? How did he got to that place?
Well, it's the politics of pity. I don't think I don't think that's I did not think that was well thought through. And if he really felt compassion for people on the welfare rolls, he'd want them off the welfare rolls. That is not a dignified existence. It is not a rich existence. It's emotionally impoverished, as well as keeping you at a certain level of financial poverty.
So you want to create incentives to go the other way.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Can I ask about the male-female divide on this? It's not apparent or self-evident to me that women would be progressive on the issue of immigration. In fact, the opposite. Because if a woman evolutionary has evolved to protect an infant, and we see, certainly in Britain, that it is our young children, young girls, that are being systematically raped, abused.
You ever see Nomad push mopeds?
You'd think that mothers, and now there are movements, by the way, the pink mothers.
Nomad push. No. What's that?
An epping. But you'd think that mothers would be more conservative, and women would be more conservative in having a strong border protecting the vulnerable in their society. And yet it looks like polling shows women are increasingly, certainly young women, harder and harder left. In fact, people have been claiming it's young men who are going further and further right, but over the last few years, there's some reports, the FT did a report on this, that it's actually the women who, not just in the West, but in South Korea and other parts of the world, the women who are going much further left. What's your take and understanding of that sort of, to me, that inconsistency?
I do think that in terms of maternal instinct, it's inverted, because you would think that you would care most about the usual, care about your immediate family, then your larger family, your town and region, out to your own country, and then out to all of humanity, maybe. But that all humanity thing is less intense. The intense sense of protection starts close to home, and this is instead starts out there. That's where all the intense feelings are. Now, I come back again to my analysis of this emotionally. Ultimately, the people out there are completely irrelevant. It's all about self. Right? That's where the passion comes from. The self, and also intra-group rivalry. Competition between women, for example, over who's more righteous, who cares more, who's the purest and goodest person, right? And it doesn't. Look at the Palestinian thing. What do these people have to do with the Palestinians? Nothing. They know nothing about Palestinians, right? They don't know anything about the Israeli conflict. It's just an excuse. But to get, this is one of my only explanations, because ultimately, of course, it is fundamentally baffling. But they seem to feel a sense of group identity when they get together and have all these protests. So it gives them a sense of belonging to each other.
And meaningfulness, yeah.
Yeah. And these are people who clearly crave a sense of purpose and think they found one.
Do you think it's linked to increased childlessness?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, isn't having children the ultimate sense of purpose? It calls you to care for these people.
Does it count?
You're
for
the only one who's going to. You and if you're married, your husband, you're the only people who are going to take care of these people.
I'm pretty sure live streams count as well. I used to skate downhill on a penny board. Used to have my German Shepherd pull me places on the skateboard. Yeah, I don't skate anymore ever since I broke my knee. But I was never very good when I did used to skate. Anyways.
Need you to survive, and that calls you to a primitive kind of loyalty that a lot of the women we're talking about do not enjoy. And I have found a sense of purpose in my work, but everyone doesn't have that. And I think there is a gratification in being that person who takes a genuinely they're always talking about the vulnerable, but there's nothing more vulnerable than a child, and protects that child, feeds that child, nourishes and teaches that child, it turns and helps turn that person into a functional adult, ideally. I mean, that's a sense of purpose.
Yeah.
If you have just a kind of regular job that you don't care very much about, I don't think that substitutes. So yeah, I think widespread childlessness is not unrelated.
One would think that when women, I don't know what the numbers are for Britain, but in the States, but in Britain now, something like 25% of women are not having children by 30. No, sorry, over half of women don't have their first child until they're over 30. Half of whom don't have a child at all. So a quarter of women now.
And not always by choice, actually. Some of it is just too much delay, and then and so it just doesn't happen.
Yes, quite. That's a lie I think that progressives told women, is that you can wait and wait and wait.
Yeah,
and maybe
there's always IVF. They don't realize
how
complicated, expensive, and often failed it is.
Yeah, that's been a terrible lie that progressives have told women. And maybe part of the pushback is the women don't realize, forgive me if this sounds off coming from a man, but maybe these young women have been robbed of something and they are reacting, they don't realize how they're reacting against that phenomenon. Is that a bit too much of a stretch?
I think women have been told one way or another in that sneak.
An arrow. Might as well. This game does get boring pretty quick. I might fucking switch it. Maybe I should play some Battlefield. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do Minecraft instead.
The cultures work that motherhood is low prestige. It has no status. It's what you resort to when you're not really important. I mean, that's a terrible thing to have brought about.
But it's the highest prestige thing.
It should be, but we can say that until we're blue in the face. It doesn't make people feel it. You know, I didn't have kids. That would have been an ingredient. I think it would have been an ingredient in my not having children. It was low prestige, and I wanted to make my mark. I did not want to spend my time wiping up sick when, you know, I had what I regarded as a higher calling. And I think this is an ingredient in the people who do decide not to have kids. And that percentage has gone way up. Just like, why would I want to do that? It's grunt work. And that is that having evolved that perception, that's a collective sin that our culture has portrayed motherhood, and I think people pick this up very early as just a completely horrendous job. So and as
I'll be skating whole game.
As a job that will never get any gratitude.
Yeah. I'm hoping that GTA 6 runs well on my Xbox. So I don't have a PS5. What's up, Giant? How's it going, man? Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna be playing GTA 6 for like 2 days straight without sleeping or something like that. Gonna be one of those games.
Anything will be punished. You know, especially, I mean, right now we have something like 10% of the U.S. population has gone no contact with at least one member of their family, if not the entire family. Yeah, it's a thing.
Cool.
So it's beyond just having children, it's the family itself is breaking up at every level.
Yes, and the sense that, a lot of this is, you know, parent-child, obviously. And so it's the kid who's going no contact with the parents. And talk about thankless. You know, when that's that commonplace, it makes parenthood seem like an even riskier proposition than it used to be.
So it self-perpetuates.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that from? Is that sort of hyper-individualism? It's sort of the
Oh yes, it's all about self-involvement. It's the constant. I mean, I'm afraid our school systems have encouraged this. Our conversation is wandering a bit, but the whole focus on the self. I think a lot of the reason that depression and anxiety become so is that
I'm playing Vampire Survivors, Tides of Foscari. I only have one character. How do I unlock another character? Give me the quick version in a few sentences.
To unlock your first new character, open a coffin in one of the main stages like Lake Foscari. You can also unlock Eleanor Uzirin by finding and opening her coffin located in the top left section of the Lake Foscari map. Would you like me to find the exact map coordinates for
I only have one map and one character, so which is the second character to unlock and how do I do it?
To unlock your second character, Eleanor Uzirin, enter the Lake Foscari map and
Bro.
head to the far northwest.
I only have the first map. Slow motherfucker.
To unlock Eleanor Uzirin, head to the top left northwest corner of the Lake Foscari map. Look for the question mark on the map, defeat the enemies surrounding the coffin, and walk over it.
Oh.
Would you like to
Is that on chapter 1 or are you slow?
Yes, Eleanor is on chapter 1, Lake Foscari.
Pretty sure this does not say Lake Foscari, but okay. The hell is she talking about? Black Ops 7 is good, so good. Cheating, huh, bruh? No. You call this cheating by looking up tips on how to unlock the character? No, that's not cheating.
They're the consequence of looking inward all the time and not finding very much. And that
You could just wing it. You could just wing it and have no idea what you're doing, or you could have a goal set in the game, and then so that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to set a goal, and my goal is the new character, and you have to know what to do to unlock the new character.
pressing and makes you anxious. I mean,
Stand-up comedian.
I think our whole model of growing up, the whole idea of character has changed, and we tend to think of people as now pre-extant.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna unlock it myself, motherfucker.
Character is something that you discover. No, it isn't. I think we need to go back to an earlier version of what it means to become someone, to grow up, to have an identity. It's something you build. That used to be a commonplace expression, building character. You went through character building exercises. And the whole, that means conceptually that you do not start out.
Yeah, I agree. Call of Duty needs to just fucking give up what they're doing and start new. Start a whole new franchise.
Something marvelous in particular that you can discover or unearth. You start out as all over the place, and maybe you have certain proclivities, but you need to firm up. You have to learn to do things. You have to learn about the world. It's an outward experience, which makes you into someone in particular.
Yeah.
And so the way you create an identity is not sitting around worrying about how you feel all the time, but going out and doing something and meeting people and learning a new skill and humbling yourself in relation to all that you don't know, in order that you may come to know some of it. And I really think that we have created misery by making people chronically and pathologically self-conscious.
And safetyism is what is sort of it's the opposite
same
now.
thing.
It's the that we prioritize safety.
Yeah. So you have it, rather than go out into the world, encounter other people, you put a fence around yourself and make sure that nothing gets in. Oh, great.
Do you not see the irony in what we're saying? So safety around the cells, but not around
the country.
Around the country.
But it makes perfect sense. If you're completely self-absorbed, you don't care about the country.
Right. Okay. So actually, it's they put themselves. That's what they put in that black hole.
I'm afraid that's at the core of the whole progressive mentality. It is obsession with the self. It's all about a kind of vanity, and at the same time, you're dealing with people who are actively miserable, who keep looking for something inside themselves that isn't there, because you would need to go out and build it. It's not something that is discoverable. And at the same time, these are people who need a sense of belonging. They're destroying all the natural institutions to which one might belong. And so they need their sense of belonging. They need a sense of purpose. So, and I'm sympathetic with the need for a sense of purpose.
Racist.
Yes. So what we're kind of going through is the individualist endgame. This is...
Damn, bro. Haven't you been here before? I guess. Ugh, make me do some work. Like I don't do enough work, woman! Woman, you made me get off my ass. And now you're gonna pay. Here's a quick view of my slabs, you woman. I meant original Nintendo 64. Oh, I already showed that one. Super Nintendo. You know, these days they have emulators and stuff, so you can get an emulator for most of those old games and stuff.
Enlightenment, individualism at its we've got right to the border.
Yes, and you're dealing with a kind of absolute freedom which moves into nihilism, right? I mean, this whole, I think the whole concept of identity now that, and especially look at what's happened in relation to sex, the 150 genders or how many they're counting now.
151, you bigot.
Oh, sorry. I probably left someone out. And the constant pushing against any kind of norm. So it's this, again, as you said, the radical individualism. There are no limits. There are no boundaries. You know, we make fun of people behind the trans activism. Oh, does that mean that you can decide one day that you're a bunny or a chair? And it's not, we're really at the point where that's not even absurd. It's not. I want to be a chair. Well, yeah, you can be a chair and we'll sit on you. We'll validate your existence, your identity. But when you're dealing with this kind of absolutely no holds barred freedom, no norms, people get lost.
Yeah.
It's frightening, and it's scary, and it's, what you're dealing with is in permitting everything. You have formlessness, and it's the opposite of giving you an answer. It's we come back to our subject. You have no boundaries. People need boundaries. And they need norms. In fact, you need norms even to be a weirdo.
Yes, quite.
No norms, no weirdo. I was a weirdo as a kid, and I would be lost as a child now because, I wouldn't have that identity. It's not available to anyone anymore.
Yes, you need that.
I mean, wearing purple hair ain't interesting.
Yes, if everyone's wearing purple hair.
Right.
You would think then that when women end up having children, if they have children, that they might change back and swing back to the right. I don't know the data on this, but there was a meme going around that was quite funny this weekend, which is that a young girl had her friend pass her baby to hold her baby, and this young girl had, young woman I should say, she was probably in her late 20s, and she burst out into tears and was like, she'd never wanted a child, and then she was like, I want one.
Wow.
And someone joked that this is all you have to do to factory reset a woman is put a baby in her arms, and the joke was that all you have to do to factory reset a man is shove him down a foxhole. But I wondered then, why? Because I know I spent a lot of time in New York. I lived there. It's not just childless women; it's also mothers in these areas. I imagine Minnesota. There's plenty of mothers who also take this position, this anti-borders position that we've been exploring. And I wonder why is it just cognitive dissonance that they don't understand, they don't see the danger that open borders poses to their infant? Or how can we understand the liberal mother?
Well, there's a certain naivete there in the sacralization of the minority. Then they become harmless. If they're sacred, why would they be dangerous? So the
So it's
Democrats,
ideology.
yeah, the Democrats are always playing down the level of criminality. I think in the U.S., they've definitely fixed the figures in order to minimize it, because it's important that these are just innocent, lovely people seeking a better life. Hence my title, and that.
Because it is a mother
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, and
Who takes in
the mother in my book is typical of the kind of people we're talking about. Although I actually think she's more reasonable and rational and less screamy than most of her counterparts in real life. But she takes a migrant into her home and alienates her own son in doing so. He's more conservative than she is, and he I think he feels a little bit in the book. He feels little bit replaced. The migrant comes in and she's a paragon. You know, she cleans the house all the time. The house starts reeking of bleach. She does all the cooking and shopping. She's bubbly and lovely, and the son is surly and incommunicative, and so she becomes the better child, the better adoptive child, and there's a constant parallel in the book because obviously she's therefore representative of the new Americans who are better Americans than the native population. In fact, there's a dialogue in which the Honduran immigrant Martine says, I make a better American than you do. You know, I'm hardworking. I'm what Americans basically used to be like, and you're a layabout, just metaphorically and literally spending your inheritance and not building anything. And she's got a point. Actually, the book is much more balanced than it's getting credit for, because the usual suspects on the progressive side spot that this is not a book that is wholly enthusiastic about mass migration, and therefore it is an evil book. But the truth is,
how dare you not produce propaganda?
The native population does not get off lightly in this novel. Since it's germane to our population, our conversation, there are 3 grown kids in this novel, and none of them have children. And this is another thing that the immigrant points out. Like, sorry, but in something like 70 years, all of your family is going to be dead. Who's going to get the house?
No.
And
We're already
and the son says, okay, well, let me have it for the next 70 years and I'll leave you the keys. But that's the country. The house is the country. And if we're not, and if we're not willing to give birth to and raise another generation, then other people are going to take our place, and we deserve it.
So, where Michel Houellebecq in his famous book Soumission ends with the Islamization of France and playing into those conspiracy theories, you're actually playing into the Great Replacement's conspiracy theories.
Ultimately, yes, but that's just being practical. And it also means that part of your responsibility of maintaining your civilization, your nation, is to maintain your borders. I mean, this performative shame that we were talking about, it does have real life consequences. it does mean, we have no right to keep anyone out of the country because we're so unworthy. And anyone from outside the country is worth more than we are because we have done terrible things in our history. Now, they may not actively feel the kind of emotions that go with genuine shame and guilt, but the kind of policies that they are advocating do express genuine shame and guilt. That is, and this is intensely the case in the United States. Nation of immigrants, we have no right. The progressives really think we have no right to keep anyone out. Anyone who wants to come to the United States should be able to come there. Of course, at the same time, they maintain it's a horrible country. But then you let all these deserving, lovely people to come into the horrible country. You would think that you would want to keep them out in their interest. Right?
It's also strange because America, I think, is the most generous country in the world when it comes to immigration. Something like
Absolutely.
1 million legal migrants every year into America.
Not to mention, the millions of people who came in under the Biden administration.
Yes, quite.
Illegally.
That's often forgotten. I think it's a lot higher than quote unquote liberal countries like Canada. Britain are giving it a run for its money now, if you include illegals.
Actually, if you multiply it out, because Britain's about the fifth the size of the U.S., the UK is giving the U.S. a run for its money in terms of how many immigrants they're bringing in.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to ask about what sort of the conservative fallacies are, but I think one has been implicit in our conversation, which is that if those who, let's say, a great replacement, what are they doing exactly about having babies? And I would maybe say, look at the conservative politicians here, although many conservative politicians argue for migration, for the economy, and to grow GDP. But leaving aside those ones, who I think are sort of part of the progressive worldview, shouldn't they be doing more, particularly around the economy, to encourage women and families, firstly to exist as families, but also then to have children? I've just come back from Hungary, and there they are trying. They've had some success, and it's been difficult. I could certainly go into detail on that. But is that the blind spot of the conservatives? It's like they're anti-immigration, but they're not actually pro have lots of babies. Why are families not having 7, 8, 9 children like they were 100 years ago?
I don't know how much difference it would make if the Conservative Party told you to have babies. And in fact, it might have the opposite effect. You're probably familiar with the experience of economic incentives for having children. They don't work. I mean, the whole pronatal policy,
They don't?
About all it's ever seems to accomplish is bringing forward people who were going to have children anyway. They have them a little sooner. That's about it. And then the effect subsides. It doesn't. People constantly tell you, especially in the likes of London, I'd love to have a family, but we can't afford it, or we can't buy a house. But in general, that ends up being making, because if you when this has happened before and you offer people money or tax exempt status or free childcare, there are all kinds of incentives you can do. In this country, gosh, even permitting joint filing for couples in taxes would make a huge difference. So it would be easier for one of the parents to stay home, and you wouldn't, and the parent who worked wouldn't be taxed as if it was just one person. You could equal them out. You can still do that in the States. And that was changed here, first of all, to make the state more money, and then also to push women into work. Changed here, first of all. But all you can come up with various policies that you would think would make it more attractive to have children. But if you look at the previous experiences in other countries with these aggressively pro-natalist economic and tax policy, they don't work.
I can challenge you on that because I don't think you're right.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, Hungary's having a little success.
So Hungary had pretty good success until the beginning of the Ukraine war, and then they had an inflation crisis, and it actually seems to be the drop in child birth rates has coincided with the inflation that happened, and so it seemed to be pretty linked to economics.
Quick, choose a meal deal with McValue. The $5 chicken meal deal, the $6 McDouble meal deal, or the new
Oh, why is it so hard to make your own business?
$7 daily double meal deal, each with its own small fries, drink, and 4-piece McNuggets. There's actually no rush. I'm just excited for McDonald's. For another time only, this is the
I should be able to sell you guys weapons and shit off my YouTube.
made right now. I'll delivery.
The 2026 Chevy Equinox is ready for your daily drives, weekend getaways, and everything in between. Plenty of cargo space, plus a big touchscreen that keeps all your tech right where you need it. It's more than an SUV. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The argument against me, in favor of you, is that actually, if you look at serious improvements in child birth rates going up, it's religious communities,
yes,
particularly Israel. But in Israel, it's not just Orthodox communities. Even the more secular Israelis are having, on average, I think about
Israel.
where in the Orthodox it's like 7 or 8 or something like that. So it does seem to be a cultural issue, which I think is probably the culture. We could sort the cultural issue out.
Well, that's why what I'm talking about in relation to status is critical. There is a high status to having children in Israel. Right? You get a lot of affirmation. People love children. They're not seen, not heard. They're not just an inconvenience that's going to make noise on the train, or babies screaming on the plane.
I need to get you some noise cancelling earbuds.
Right. No. And if you have lots of children, you are admired. You're admired, and you simply cannot say that about the U.S. or the U.K. If you have more than 3 children in either of our countries, people think you're a little weird. They like, what's your problem? Or are you, imitating Elon Musk? Or it has to do with the norms. There still are some of them, and the norm is to have very few children or none. That's the norm.
Yes.
And so it's like having more children than that is what's your problem? But we do not have pro family cultures now, and if you look at I've not done any analysis of films and that and TV, but
not until I'm monetized will it be an option. But yeah, I ask myself that every day.
We don't have that much of the kind of Brady Bunch stuff that I grew up with. Did you grow up with the Brady Bunch? Oh, you don't.
Yeah, I did.
No.
Oh, it's a kind of corny TV show where 2 people who were widower and widow got together, and they each have 3 kids.
Right.
And so they have 6 children. Right. So that's a very pro-family show.
You go back to sort of films.
Did you know shoot at the Maze Bank Tower with the firework launcher and bring it to Sandy Shores? Franklin will eventually show up to defend his home. Did you also know if you take Mount Chillin and let it...
We feel so sorry for the childless mother that we've gone all the way now where the childless mother is more normal. Oh, sorry, childless woman, I think. Silly, sorry.
Yeah, it used to be that the barren woman was an object of
Traumatized as a
pity.
child because monkey.
And that is no longer. In fact,
Damn.
back when I was promoting We Need to Talk About Kevin, which gets blamed for a number of people deciding not to have children, that I had to say, hold on here. I think that the fact that I don't have children means I am not subject to stigma enough. We have removed the stigma, and that was almost 25 years ago. And even then, I didn't feel that anyone was criticizing me or felt sorry for me. I didn't get pressure from my parents that I should have been having children. They thought on balance, I probably shouldn't have kids, right? That's my own parents. I didn't feel any social pressure. I didn't go to parties and have people say, oh, you don't have any children. None of that. It was fine. And it was already entering the period where having chosen to not have children was becoming normal.
This is a weird ass fucking podcast.
And it was not being questioned. And so we've gone through more than a generation since then where the fertility rate has continued to come down. And that's because we don't.
So basically what this podcast is about is saying, where the hell's at?
Well, we have changed the norm, and we don't. No, we're not subjecting women, and then I'm not saying they should be, but maybe a little.
Yeah.
Maybe not outright stigma.
Yeah. I remember it was maybe like 4th or 5th grade, but it was some guy had come to our school in the early morning, or like I guess overnight, and hung himself from the bleachers outside. So that was, I guess, interesting. What's up, Tom?
Affliction of shame.
A little sense of social pressure, right? That's in the positive direction toward motherhood, that you have to resist in order to remain childless. But because if the culture doesn't change, then then we're living in a civilization which is going to
Tom Riddle, more like it,
to start to wither. And I think that would be a pity.
Yeah. I was going to ask, how do we change that culture around?
Well, I guess that's what we're trying to do right now.
Oh, you guess.
Well, identifying the problems might is a good start, I guess.
Oh, you guess.
We've covered a lot of ground, and we could talk for hours more. Before I invite you over to the Substack to talk about your experience in it.
What's up, Jody? How's it going? SK Gargoyles, Mad, GP. I like gargoyles. I actually have a gargoyle. You can't see him though, he's hidden back there. The only thing I saw hung at my school was the coach. Ayo! On a Slayer task. OSRS. Old school RuneScape. Nice. Pause. Man, my first gym teacher, he was pretty sketchy too. He definitely was should have been on a watch list. But that was the 90s, before they even had a watch list for anybody to watch. Half my comment didn't type. I don't know, but my message got half deleted. That's YouTube for you.
Lord, you know I'm a man that be living right. says my prayers each and every night. I live by your word and my heart be full of joy. Woo! Yeah, when it comes to being decent, I don't play coy.
No recording
Everyone in town, they know my name. They be looking on and all at the great Christian man I done became. My temperament, it always stays smooth. Yeah, my cool be one thing I never lose. But Lord, there'll be something I just can't take. A blabber mouth humping on my ass soon as I come inside after a long ass day. Bills needing paid, sister drama, that broken sink. Lord, just what the hell this good man's supposed to do when he can't even hear himself think? Yeah, every so often I'll be throwing a hard smack, but sometimes this bitch lips be running strong long after that. Jesus, I'm a man that be in for his compassion and his care, but tonight I done had to go all the way, grab this bitch and hit them stairs. Lord Jesus, I done killed the bitch. She run that mouth off just one too many times. Now she done made this God-fearing Christian man commit himself a serious crime. Yeah, I said, Lord Jesus, I done killed the bitch. Ooh. Yeah, I wasn't hurt a fly, and you know I'm a saint. Sometimes a bitch will imagine my ass till that staircase gets to calling that bitch name. Yeah, 10 good years, me and my lady done did our thing. Outside all the women around, she the one got lucky enough to be my seventh wife and carry my name. But Lord, you know there be lines that just can't be overstepped. A woman thinking she equal and shit. Yeah, that's when these hands got to open wide and give some hell. But tonight, see, that mouth just wouldn't close. No matter how many slaps my ass done up and throw. One smack or two, it just wouldn't do. The bitch kept her heart until my ass come unglued. So yeah, Lord, you know I'll be the best man on this earth. But tonight, well, I just had to give a little shove and let them stairs do all the work. Whoa! Lord Jesus, I done killed the bitch. She run that mouth off just one too many times. Now she done made this God-fearing Christian man commit himself a serious crime. Yeah, I said, Lord Jesus, I done killed the bitch. Ooh. Yeah, I wouldn't hurt a fly, and you know I'm a saint. But sometimes a bitch keep badgering my ass till that staircase gets to calling that bitch name. 7 times married, and Lord, that staircase done claimed a few.
I don't know, he had to change his name several times. So he probably fucking, I don't know, too many to count.
I'm just a simple nigga. I don't need much. I'm just a simple nigga. I don't need
That's how you know I'm black. Since my birthday's in Black History Month.
I'm just a simple nigga. I don't need much. A bitch that don't cheat. Home cooked meal to eat. Jar of potent weed. Hey, what else could I need? I'm a simple nigga.
Happy Born Day. Oh yeah. Mine's not until the 21st, but happy early. Thank you.
Easier. Because Purdue Global is fully online.
A lot of people could be born today. What day is it? 19th. Actually, I have a friend whose birthday is today. Well, he's not my friend anymore, but some guy I used to know. It's his birthday today.
Very nice.
In 2 months. I know, and then they fucked us over. No, mine's on the 21st, so it's getting so close. And I'm trying not to buy any more weed till my birthday, so I'm doing a little bit of a fucking insanity session.
I see right there, Borat. That was terrific. What an entrance. What a. That was just. There's so much excitement about Borat right now. There's so much excitement in the air. Are you and that welcome? Not every guest gets that kind of welcome.
Very nice to be here in USA.
Yes. Yes.
I like USA.
You like USA.
I like sex.
You.
It's nice.
You like sex is nice.
It's very nice.
I've heard about it.
Yes.
Do you so much.
No, I feel like they're gonna push that date back again too. I mean, they said they're not, but yeah. And is it gonna be fucking funny if they release it and then it's like underwhelming or there's like a bunch of bullshit? I feel like there's gonna be some fucked up shit.
New York City. I don't think you've really been here much before. Are you enjoying New York City?
Very much, Conan.
Yes. Conan.
Conan.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Yes. Comments, whatever you like.
Last night, I have a very nice time in New York City. People very friendly.
Oh, good.
I go to a club called Ramrods. Yes.
You went to Ramrods?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Very nice.
Yes, I've heard of Ramrods. Yeah.
Very friendly. There were 200 men there. Dance.
Yes.
And only one.
I don't know, why would it take 16 years to make a fucking game? They act like we don't have fucking shit to, like, 16 years. Think how many fucking people died that were waiting for this game to come out. That's crazy.
And who you think the women choose? She chose Borat.
All right. Nice. So there was a woman at Ramrods.
Yes, she chose me because ladies like a Borat. I've had syphilis 15 times. High five! High five!
Yes, good.
Don't leave me to hang.
Right, yes. So this is terrific. You had a good time.
Yes, she reminded me of Kazakh woman. She was taller than me.
Uh-huh.
She had the hair on arms.
Oh, really?
And a deep voice.
Yes.
Borat, hey baby.
Yeah.
And we go back to my hotel room, and I must have been very tired because I fall asleep. This morning, this lady Shirley have gone, and my anus, it was hang loose like the mouth of a tired dog.
Hey man, people are just living, you know? People are just fucking, people are out there every day. They're not even thinking about GTA most of the time, and then they get hit by a car and it's like, bro, you're never playing that fucking game now, bro. You should have just stayed in the fucking bunker if you wanted to fucking play that game, bro. Hot Cheeto salad.
Yeah. change the topic completely, Borat. For no good reason at all. Kazakhstan, your home country, very upset about this movie you've made. They are threatening legal action against you. Country of Kazakhstan is threatening legal action. What's going on here?
This is not strictly true. There have been much controversy about my movie films in my country because of the amount of anti-Semitism in it.
Yes, there's anti-Semitism, yes.
However, eventually the Kazakh censor decided there was just enough of it and allowed it to be released.
Now, you say you're the fourth most famous person in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Who are the three before you? Who are the three most famous?
Number 3 is a famous Olympic gymnast, Lily Utmarkan, who now works in Kazakh State Circus. Her famous trick is she put one foot in her mouth and the other in vagine. Yes, very deep.
Okay, we don't want to see it happen.
And the number 1 is a children's favorite, the animal actor Johnny the Monkey.
Johnny the Monkey?
Yes, he is the star of Trans-Sibirski Express and many, many other pornos.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, listen, Borat, you've been all over the country.
Yeah.
And all over the world.
Yes, Conan.
And what is the country that you liked visiting the most? You must have learned so much. What country do you like the most?
I like very much, while making promotions of my movie films.
Yes.
I visit Amsterdam. Very nice.
Oh, Amsterdam, yeah. What did you like there in Amsterdam?
I find it confusing because there is a red light district.
Red light district, yes.
Yeah.
Famous red light district in Amsterdam, yeah.
What has confused me is in Kazakhstan, a red light district is a very small area of town where the women inside it are not prostitutes.
You need a special area just for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Now listen, Borat, we have a clip here from your movie. It's important that people see the clip to make promotions, as you say.
Yes, to make promotions. If it's not success, I will be executed.
Really? You'll be killed?
Yes, my government will tell me.
Yeah. Luckily, I never got into that shit.
This is okay. Let's make sure we get the word out. This is a clip, Borat from Borat: Cultural Learnings of America for Make Benefit Glorious Nation of Kazakhstan. Beautiful title.
Thank you. That is the abridged title.
Yeah, the abridged title. Okay. So what is happening in this clip?
I think it is when I see a group of women called the feminists.
Yes, this is you interviewing some women who are feminists.
Yes, in my country, only time you can have more than 5 women gathering together is either in a brothel or in a grave.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
We have a clip. Wow.
That's a good fucking joke.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad I high-fived that concept. Well, let's take a look at this clip. We're at interviewing some American feminists.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation.
Bro, why don't they fucking make a Borat sequel movie? That'd be so good.
So what means this feminism?
It's the theory that women should be equal to men in matters economic,
Now,
social,
you are laughing.
and
Yeah.
political.
That is the problem.
Do you think a woman should be educated?
Definitely.
But is it not a problem that a woman have a smaller brain than a man?
That is wrong.
But the government scientist Dr. Yamak have proved it is size of squirrel.
Wrong.
Give me a smile, baby. Why angry face?
Well, what you're saying is very demeaning. Do you know the word demean?
The fucking size of a squirrel.
No.
Oh my god.
We are saying to you
I could not concentrate on what this old man was saying.
Okay, can you finish now?
Listen, pussycat, smile a bit.
All right. That's it.
Okay.
I'm done.
We're finished. We have to leave.
Oh my god.
Very angry. Boy, it's very bad what you did. No, bad. Borat.
I like to catch you.
No, I'm not. I cannot interview you, Borat, without bringing up what is one of the most. I saw the movie yesterday. One of the most memorable and shocking scenes I've ever seen in a movie. You had a naked fight with the producer of the film.
Yes.
I believe your producer is backstage at this moment.
Yes, that's Matt Bogatov.
There he is, yeah. You have, in this movie, everyone's going to be talking about this. You and Azamat, you have
Azamat.
Yes, I won't even try. Have a naked fight.
Yeah.
And it just blew my mind. How do you feel that you are going to be seen naked by millions of people?
Very proud.
Yeah.
I have a glorious. Do you have glorious?
No. Let's change topics, but
I remember I touched it last time.
You did last time.
It was not glorious.
No. It was an accident as a child.
But mine is thick like a can of Pepsi.
It is, yeah.
Although it is prickly.
Yeah.
Around this area due to recent pubis harvest.
What are you talking about? Pubic harvest?
Yes, harvest of a pubis. In my country, we have 3 major exports: potassium, apples, and human pubis. We have a...
Cheers, mate. Let me see, what day is... Oh, is today Wednesday? No, it's Thursday. Fuck. Shit. I should have went to get dabs yesterday. Because Wednesday is 10% off. Or something like that.
It's pubis.
Shave it off and sell it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
It can be used to clean pots and pans, and also to make knit of children's sweaters.
Yeah, I missed the fucking deal day. Maybe I'll let me check. Because maybe I'll just go for the edibles day instead.
I must have one. Incredible. Okay.
Yes. Conan, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you have a red pubis? Your pubis, is it red?
Yes, Borat. Yes, it is.
Whoa.
Is that a good thing?
Whoa.
Conan.
Yeah.
Red pubis in Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Is very valuable.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It is more valuable than diamonds.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Is it possible to make a harvest now of your pubis?
No, it is not possible, Borat. That's not going to be happening. No.
Please.
No. We're going to go to a little...
I hope you do not mind, because
What?
beforehand I took...
Bro, I'm tripping. Yesterday was 20% off. Oh my god. I forgot the deals were like that. So 20% off? That would have been a fucking... And then today's Thursday, so today is 20% off beverages. Who the fuck wants that? So yeah, usually Wednesday is my day. Saturday has 20% off cartridges. Ugh. Phone and beg them, give them a sad story. Well, they could have a birthday discount. Some places got that. Either way, nothing's gonna stop me from schmucking on my birthday.
Of its hairs at the in the laboratory, I'd see them in the place which have the bowl, which have a water that you wash face with.
You went into my dressing room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and I find that thrift.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
Can I make a harvest?
No, you can't make a harvest. No.
Please, you
No,
will,
you can't make a
You will
harvest.
let me have. I will take them.
No. You're not going to take them. No one's taking.
Please.
No one's taking
You let
my.
me have your harvest.
No, we're not going to do that.
Please, give me a pubis.
No, we're not doing
It
that.
can feed an entire village for
I don't want to feed an entire village. It's not happening. I'm going over here. No, I'm not presenting a harvest of pumpkins. No, I don't care. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. It's not a problem. No, it's not.
Okay. Let me see what else is on TV. I could watch this Giannis Pappas thing.
Seen his brother on Comedy Central, Joe Rogan podcast. He's the creator of the Long Days podcast. Give it up for Mr. Giannis Pappas, everybody. Keep it going for Jared Harvin, huh? One time for Olivia as well. How about another time for yourselves for making it through winter in Madison, Wisconsin? Well done. Well done. You're still alive. You didn't put a gun to your head. You did it. You did it. I had a daughter during the pandemic, you know. She was born, my first daughter. I love her to death. Well, I think she's a her. I haven't asked her yet, so it's like... What, you guys from the 1950s? I mean... You know how it works, right? My friend was like, when's the gender reveal? I was like, I don't know. It's up to her. You know, like, I'm going to wait till she's old enough, maybe 3 or 4, you know, and she'll let me know what the deal is. Who knows? She could turn around and be like, my name is Steven now, Daddy. My name is Steven, and my birthday's coming up. I want you to buy me a dick, Daddy. Buy me a dick. I want you to get me one of those new Elon Musk Neuralink dicks that just kind of meld onto your skin. I think by that point, you'll be able to pop them on, pop them off, you know? Be able to go out however you want. Am I going to be a girl tonight or a guy? And I'll do it. I'll buy her a dick. I'm a good dad, you know? Like, I'm not going to not do it. A lot of dads will paint their fingernails with their daughters. I'm gonna transition with mine, you know? I'm not gonna let my baby go through it alone. She's transitioning, I'm transitioning. I might do it anyway, you know? I'm a little curious, to be honest with you.
I don't know, it's kind of hard to quantify into words or, you know, I'd say sometimes I'll have a bong hit that's just as strong as a dab hit. I feel like maybe dab hits can be like a little stronger on your lungs. I don't know. Really tough to say. Let me ask with the robot. How much stronger is a dab hit from a bong hit, and how could I tell the difference?
Concentrates typically contain 60% to 90% THC, whereas flower usually sits between 15% and 25%.
I know the percentages. I'm talking about how could I noticeably tell the difference between the two and how high I'm getting or whatever.
The most noticeable difference is the immediacy and cleanliness of the high. Because dabs are concentrated, the THC hits your bloodstream almost instantly, often causing a sharp physical rush or a ringing in the ears that you rarely get from a standard bong hit.
Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed after some dab hits that I'll be like sweating or something, like it was a crazy experience or something.
You can tell the difference by these markers. The sweats.
Yeah.
High potency dabs frequently trigger a temporary internal heat wave or a coughing fit
Yeah, definitely. I get some sweats from my dabs.
that feels much more expansive in the lungs than smoke. Mental clarity.
Yeah, and plus, back in the day when I first started taking dabs, like I would take a dab and then I would immediately need to like lay down like flat on my fucking chest. So yeah, they're just a little stronger.
There's this whole opportunity out there to become another person. I might take it, dude, you know? I'm bored of being a guy. I've done it all. I'm in my 40s, you know? I play basketball. How many games am I gonna watch? I've done it all. I'm a little curious. You're not a little curious? I think we should all do it. We have the opportunity to live 2 lifetimes in one. Everyone should just live the first.
It says, while the peak of a dab is significantly more powerful, the come down can sometimes feel faster and sharper than the lingering mellow fade of a flower high. So yeah, maybe a flower high might last a little longer, or maybe even seem like it. But after all this talk, now I want some dabs. And then aren't edibles even stronger? And the most long-lasting of all the highs?
Yes, edibles are generally considered the strongest and longest lasting high. When you ingest THC, your liver converts it into 11-hydroxy-THC, which is significantly more potent and crosses the blood-brain barrier more easily than the delta-9 THC you inhale. While a dab or bong hit might peak within 30 minutes and fade after a few hours, an edible high can last anywhere from 6 to 12 hours. You'll notice the difference by a heavy body high that feels much more sedative and immersive than the heady rush of vape.
Yeah, I want to get into doing edibles more because I don't think I can even remember the last time I had a fucking 6-hour high. That sounds nice. When I do edibles, I fall asleep when I drink. Anytime I drink, I just get fucking tired after like 2 or 3, and I'm like, I need a little nap.
Their life in the gender they were born, then murder someone so you get to feel what that feels like, you know? Everyone's a little curious about that. And then transition. It's called pulling a Caitlin, you know? They're looking for the person who did the murder. You're like, don't misgender me, asshole. That person doesn't exist. You might want to find them last year. That's the last location they were at. I'm tired of being a guy. It's boring, dude. I'm tired of having sex as a guy. Do you know how boring it is to just do this over and over again? This is the only move we have. This is all we can do. We are anatomically anchored to only be able to do this. It's like Paul Bunyan chopping down a tree over and over again. You guys are having fun. Reverse cowgirl, you're on the ceiling, backwards, Kama Sutra, whatever, playing with all types of buttons and holes.
Yeah, I typically need like a stronger edible to notice the high. Yeah, that's been my experience because I got like high tolerance from smoking and then whatever. Let me ask AI about this. some people, when they take edibles, some people don't feel it, or what? That was a bad question. Answer the question, bitch.
Some people possess a specific liver enzyme that breaks down THC so efficiently it never reaches the bloodstream, a phenomenon often called being *** ediblocked.
What?
Others may simply have a high tolerance or lack the necessary dietary fats in their stomach to help with absorption. It is also common for people to mistake the slow creep of an edible for a lack of effect.
If I have very high metabolism and I've been skinny my whole life, does that mean I could potentially have one of those Eddy block enzymes in my liver?
Fast metabolism and being naturally thin don't automatically mean you're ediblocked, but they definitely change the experience. People with high metabolic rates often process edibles much faster, meaning the high hits quickly but might disappear just as fast, making it feel weak. The ediblocked phenomenon is specifically about the 2-cypriot-pound C9 enzyme in your liver. If that enzyme is too efficient, it breaks down THC into an inactive form before it ever reaches your bloodstream, regardless of your body weight or daily calorie burn. How to tell the difference? High metabolism. You feel a strong high.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just been a while for me. I think the last time I took edibles was fucking at least, like, honestly, years. I don't remember the last time. Oh, no, it was probably, I think I got someone else. I bought edibles for someone else, and then I took, like, a couple. Anyways.
All we can do is show up doing the same thing. You're in a crazy position, all pretzeled up, here we come. You want to try something different? This is all we can do. A little circle to the left. You want to try something different tonight? How about to the right? Left and right and left and right. Left and right. God damn it, this is boring. I'm tired of fucking. I want to know what it's like to get fucked hard, you know? I get my legs just thrown behind my ears. I want to get the crazy fucked right out of me, you know? I want a light choke. I want to know what it's like to not be in the mood because I feel fat, but I'm not, you know? I want to know what it's like to bond with my girlfriends over a glass of wine and just talk shit, you know? I want to have psychological warfare with other girls by giving out false compliments about your outfit. Just be like, that's a beautiful sweater! And then just fucking walk away. Have her wondering what I meant by that. I want to march for equal pay. Equal pay, girl! Equal pay! For jobs that are not physically strenuous. Equal pay!
Yeah, Mom Olivia.
I want to watch Real Housewives and really get it, you know? Just to really get it. That's the time now. We live in that era, you know? The amenities of...
Yeah, you were right. He was pretty damn good. I watched his most recent one first, and then this one was from 3 years ago. So I'm kind of watching him his most recent stuff first.
Are so advanced. Everyone's just living in their own like childhood fantasy, you know? Still playing childhood imagination games. Don't fight it. Just go with it. Everyone wants to be whatever they say they are. Reality is a suggestion. You know? Come to a city like this, girls like call me them. You're like, but I only see one of yous. You know, like. Then you're like, you know what? Fuck it. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? You know, like. Your boy's like, are they coming? I'm like, yeah, they coming tonight. You know. He's like, are we gonna have room in the car for them? I'm like, we got plenty of room in the car for them. We actually got one seat open because there's only 3 of us. He's like, but I only see her standing there. I'm like, dude, that is them right there. It's like a game of Abbott and Costello, who's on first.
Protect your dreams under our roof.
Isn't this the dream, Grandpa?
American
Pablo
Family
Francisco
Insurance.
Ecstasy Technical. No, not yet. This one fell into my top 2.
Hello?
Don't.
Yeah. Pretty natural on stage.
Fight it, go with it. Then you go down south or to the country out here, they're playing a whole different game. They're like, Hillary Clinton is a shape-shifted salamander. She lives under Pizza Hut. They got children slaves drinking baby blood. That's not pizza sauce, that's baby blood. You're like, fuck it, I want to play that game. It's like Adults Dungeons and Dragons. I like that. In fact, when are they going to hire one of these QAnon kids to write a movie script? Does anyone have a better imagination than QAnon? Dude, they had a whole thing recently. They thought JFK Jr. was coming back to run with Donald Trump in 2024. And they all went to what is it, Delhi Plaza? I'm an idiot. Daley Plaza in Dallas, which, by the way, that's their tourist attraction. Is just an X on the street where somebody got shot. That's Dallas for you. Yeah, man, president got his head blown off here. Come take a pic, you know? They went there and they were waiting for JFK Jr. to appear. That is a fucking lit movie right there. Why is not some studio head pulling one of these incels out of their parents' basement in Milwaukee? And just go, dude, tell me every thought that you've ever had in your entire life. They're like, AOC is a clone bot created by the Soros Foundation to wipe the white man off the planet. You're like, keep going, dude. This is fucking good stuff. They got child slaves under Wendy's. You're like, I love it. We get The Rock, Jason Statham. They rescue the kids. That's what it is now. It's going to even get more complicated, more and more complicated as time goes on. And some of you young kids have kids. By the time you get to that age, complicated. Your kids are going to be like, Mommy, Daddy, my gender is a sound. I want you to refer to me only as and my pronouns are nosotros. Formal Spanish. With an accent from Spain. Nosotros. Nosotros. Trying to raise my daughter lesbian, you know, so that's what I'm doing. These guys are gross. I don't want them near my daughter. That's what happens when you have a daughter, you know? Lesbian sounds good to me. I'm trying to turn her gay the way homophobic dads try to turn their gay kids straight, you know? But just throwing them a football. That's what they do. They'll just go off for a pass, son. And he'll just be like, Dad, are we going to do this again? Fine. I told you, it's not for me, okay? They just sort of ballet run the route, you know? I'm gay, Dad, just get over it. My wife keeps asking me, like this Christmas, she was like, when are we gonna take our little girl to meet Santa at the mall? I was like, how about...
Yeah, I think I might be able to get a small hit of reclaim out of here. But other than that, I'm pretty much reclaimed out. I've been just reclaiming it to the death of reclaim. To the point where there's nothing left.
We're gonna do that. That's not Santa, you know that. That's a dude named Dennis in a wool costume. Who for some reason is motivated to sit in a mall, sweating like an Orthodox Jew in July, in a wool suit for $1.25 a day, to have little kids sit on his lap. What could possibly be his motivation? Does he love Christmas that much? At some point I'm gonna have to go in to, talk to my daughter's class, have a daddy career day, Those used to be pretty normal. People had like normal jobs, easy to understand. When I was a kid, first dad would come in, he'd be like, "Hey kids, how you doing? My name is Sean Terry. I'm a firefighter from Queens, New York. All right, I take water and I put it on fucking fire. That's what I fucking do. The water goes on fire. All right? That's all I do. I'm an Irish Catholic kid. These are my daughters, Megan, all right? I don't go to Manhattan. I don't go to the city. I'm not trying to catch gay or fucking Democrat. I'm trying to catch that shit. I will pull you out of a fire unless you got a Hillary bumper sticker. Then I let Metro take its course. My name is Sean Terry, Loud 14. I come from a long line of firefighters. My uncle's a firefighter. My dog is a fucking firefighter. My grandmother's a garbage worker. You're like, all right, small-minded firefighter from Queens, New York. Outer borough of New York City. I get it. Next dad would stand up, he'd be like, "Hey kids, how you doing? My name is Yoshi. Josh's dad. I don't know if Josh told you, we're Jews. We don't mention it enough, so I just wanted to remind you, again, that we're Jewish people. We're Jews. First things first you should know is that we're Jewish people, we're Jews. Before I go any further, I'd like to let everybody know that me and Josh are Jewish people. I'm a doctor and I'm a lawyer because we're Jews, kids. That's... By the time I go in, it's weird jobs. First dad's gonna get up, he's gonna be like, "Hey, my name is Don. I invented my own money called Don Coin. I need you guys to invest in." "Hey, my name's Peter. I'm John's dad. I have a podcast. Kids, it's pretty mainstream. It's on Richard Grieco from 21 Jump Street. The whole podcast is trying to figure out why his career didn't take off like Johnny Depp's. I got a Patreon page you can join. Top level, $20 a month. You can come over and take a bath with me and talk about 21 Jump Street episodes. Hi, my name's Cynthia. I'm the only mom here. I'm Stacy's mom. I was a kindergarten teacher till the pandemic happened. And now I show my pussy lips on OnlyFans. I'm making about $5,000 a week. It's pretty crazy. I have these really long pussy lips. I play violin off of them. I can play Tchaikovsky, Brahms, Rachmaninoff, little Mozart. You can go to my Cameo page, get a happy birthday shout out if you want it. So please just go to onlyfans.com/DumboPussyLips and make sure you tell your parents. Are we really gonna act like that's not one of the primary engines of the American economy right now? OnlyFans. Ladies, if you are not on OnlyFans, what are you doing? You're leaving a lot of money on the table. There's a great supplemental income waiting for you. Your integrity's intact. You don't even have to put your face on there. Find what your area is, whatever your strong thing is. It doesn't even have to be a good thing. It could be a defect. Doesn't matter. You will find at least 200 to 500 guys on this planet that'll give you $5 a month to see it. I don't care if it's short haircut and neck fat. Put it out there. You got a club foot? Put a stocking over that club foot. Slap it right down on that webcam. This little piggy went to America. You got at least a couple hundred guys sitting there. The internet is a matriarchy. Monetize the disease that is the male brain. When the family and kids go to sleep, that's when the laptop needs to pop up. Put that pink wig on and just fucking live your dreams, ladies. Your kid comes down, Mommy, I can't sleep. Go, Mommy's working, go to sleep. I don't know, I mean, what do I know? I'm in my 40s. I don't care. I don't care about anything, to be honest with you. It's nice. You get into your 40s, you just let go. It's a good feeling. You know, young people care too much about what other people think. I didn't even really care if this show went well, to be honest with you. I think sometimes I enjoy it more when it doesn't. I'm like, at least it was quiet. That was peaceful. What a peaceful crowd. It's nothing like peace and quiet the older you get. It's the best. When you're young, you need things to be lit all the time. Quiet kind of like used to depress me when I was young. I remember when I was young and I would go into a diner and see like a really old couple sitting there.
Give free way to long time.
You ever go into a diner and just see that old couple just kind of...
I don't know. Ran out a few days ago. I don't know, Mike. I get pretty good deals at my dispensary. I just didn't want to go yesterday or whatever. But if I'd known it was Wednesday, I would have gone because, yeah. That deal is pretty good, 20% off. Which day is February 21st?
February 21st, 2026 is a Saturday. Would you like me to check for any events or holidays on that day?
Interesting. I don't know. Day after tomorrow? Yeah, come quickly.
Confidence.
Yeah. Damn, I'm shit. Fucked myself. I should have went for that Wednesday deal. Why?
You can spend your whole life looking for it. At Firestone Complete all...
Oh, it's whatever. It's just a little discount. Not the end of the world.
Kind of sitting there, sitting however scoliosis will allow them to sit. Looking up at each other every 4 days. That used to depress me till I realized that couple's having the best fucking time of their lives. Diners or nightclubs for elderly people. That's the hot night out for Nana. Do I want another cup of coffee? You're goddamn right I want another cup of coffee. You might be in here for 16 hours straight, sweetheart. I didn't put on these corduroys and sweater with moth holes for nothing. I do not know what old people did to moths.
Yeah. You're right about that. That's crazy, man, that they're fucking taxing weed. Man, this whole system's fucking broken, bro. How dare they tax my shit?
They are out for revenge. Why do they only attack old people? You go over your grandparents' house, it smells like a nuclear reactor. There's mothballs everywhere. Open the refrigerator, there's a mothball in the turkey sandwich. Or in drawers. She's wearing them as earrings.
They're everywhere. There's moths everywhere.
Have you ever worried about the well-being of your clothing? Ever? Have you ever worried about moths eating your clothes? Have you ever gone out late at night, left a new sweater out by accident? It hit you, you remembered, and you ruined your night. You're like, oh, fuck. Oh, God, when I get home, that thing's gonna be Swiss cheese, you know? I think old people are making it up, dude. I don't think there's moths eating their clothes. I think this is just a plot by old people to get attention. They're lonely. They want their kids to call them more. They want their grandchildren to acknowledge them. And they made this whole thing up. That there's moths attacking their attire, you know? I'm supposed to believe that a moth doesn't eat my clothes until I get my first Social Security check, and then somehow it knows I'm a senior citizen. And that's when I open the closet and they just fly out like bats out of hell. And what insect do you know that can survive off of human clothes? Is there any living thing that can eat an old Navy sweater to live? Have you ever seen a moth eating clothes? I've never seen it. The only thing I've seen a moth ever do is fly into a light and die like a Japanese kamikaze pilot, making the emperor proud. I've never seen one just nom 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 on my jeans. We'll call you Nana. Stop making up the dumb story about moths. Getting old is funny, you know? You just start to get feeble again, you know? That's why it's tough going to the gym. You know, because you know you're weaker. You know you're prone to just like injuries. You know, you go there, there's young kids like blowing out heavyweight like I used to do. You get like intimidated because I'm over here with like a 2-pound dumbbell just lest I throw out a bicep muscle and just... It's embarrassing.
Have you thrown out?
They need to separate the gyms. There should be an over 40 and pre-40 gym for the same reason when you go on vacation, they should have an in-shape and out-of-shape pool, you know? They always separate it by family and adult. You're like, nobody cares about that. There should be a sign up by the pool that says, are you embarrassed to swim with your shirt off? Well, then hook a right and swim around with the rest of the farm animals, you know? I had to spend my whole week in Mexico hiding my tits, swimming around. Anytime anyone asked me a question, I just pretend like I was skeptical of what they were saying. You say you're from Cincinnati? I don't fucking buy it, you know? I was just flapping around the water like a dead housefly. Just It's tough. That's the problem. Getting old is just you can't get rid of this thing. You know, you just look, you get over 40, it just looks like you have your ass on backwards. It's like my ass just came through my body and came to the other side.
People waste 1,400 hours a year scrolling on their phones. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time into a degree.
It is tough. But everybody should get married. You know, I think every guy should get married. You should have that experience. You know, just so you can experience what it's like to see a woman's full-blown mental illness on display for 24 hours.
What?
Everyone should have a little front row seat to that.
The weather alert says it's snowing right now. Oh, it's like a mixture of snow with rain, so like sleet. But then it looks like it's gonna end. So it says from now until 2 a.m. it's gonna be a little bit of snow mixed with rain. But then from 3 a.m. to the rest of the day, no more snow. So this is the whole snow right here. Where's it at? I don't see shit. There ain't no snow out there. The fuck? The weather lied again.
And experience that. I mean, what are we doing? What is that whole thing? They lose their minds. You know? We're all supposed to gather around and pretend like Queen Elizabeth is in Madison, Wisconsin for 4 hours. Buys a dress that should have been a down payment on a house. We don't care about the dress. I hate to, I don't know who you're wearing it for.
No, we haven't had any snow this year. This winter. And I think February was the best chance for it. But yeah. Ain't no fucking goddamn snow. It's fucking rain. Nothing but rain.
But like, we don't notice, we don't care. We don't know what makes it pretty. We don't know what's going on. Okay, we're just dealing with you. It's not fun. It's too stiff. It's too formal. At least put on something fun, dude. Like, we don't care what you look like when you come out. That moment that you turn into a princess in your own mind. It's not fun for us. I'd prefer if you came out with sweatpants with like a dildo attached to the outside. At least that would be funny, and I'd have a good laugh. I'd be cracking up. Instead, I gotta stand there like, fucking the princess,
I just hate how Pokemon Go lies to you. Because when you're in Pokemon Go, it pretty much tells you what the weather is, and in Pokemon Go, they're acting like it's a fucking winter wonderland out here. But it's not. Got a foot at once, 1 week. That's nice.
They start losing their mind around the rehearsal dinner. That's when they start getting giddy, women, because that's like the last time they're going to be like a regular person, before they turn into Queen Elizabeth. So they start getting giddy about it. They're like, okay, remember, my wife is like, remember, after the rehearsal dinner, you can't see me at all until tomorrow. Okay, don't ruin it. No, stop. Not even a peek. No, you can't. No, stop. Not till tomorrow. Don't ruin it. It's bad luck. You can't. And I had to pretend like I cared about any of this at all. I was like, why are we stopping at one night? Why don't we, make a streak out of it? How about a whole week? How about we call this whole thing off? You can't say that, all right? You can't say that. You can't say what you're thinking, all right? When you get married, guys, I'm giving you advice, you're gonna have to go big. You're gonna have to act. Take an acting class if you have to. Don't say anything that's on your mind or anything reasonable. Just go along with it. No matter what she says. Can't see you till tomorrow. No, stop. You can't. Don't say what any normal person would say. Be like, yeah, I know I can't see you till tomorrow because we'll be asleep tonight. So it's kind of the same as yesterday, isn't it? You can't say that. You got to remember, you're dealing with a mentally ill person at this point. Be very cautious. You'll get a coffee mug thrown at your head. So when she says you can't see me, not even a peek, no. You play it up. You go big. You act really shocked and scared. You go, what? What do you mean I can't see you? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. I'm begging you, please. I need to see you. Just give me a little peek, please. Don't do this to me. Just give me. Then start scratching yourself like a crack addict. I don't know if I can make it. Don't do this to me. A full 7 hours. I can't do it. She'll love it. She'll eat it up. She's like, no, stop. You can't. And they just walk away going like, this bitch is fucking crazy, man. She's out of her mind. And then the actual ceremony, it's like, what are we doing? What is this thing? She comes out, that's the moment. That's what the wedding's all about, is that moment. That's what she's been training all year for. She's been in the gym, drinking mustard, to fit into that dress, sucking on ice cubes. To get in that dress, she had to like rip her ribs out and put it on and put them back in. Spend the whole day with no oxygen in her body. That moment when she comes out, everyone stands up, that's her moment. That's when your reaction goes to another level. Okay? Because when she comes out, you can't act like it's the person you've been with for 8 years. Yeah, you gotta use a little method acting. All of a sudden, Jennifer Lopez is in your life. That's what's gotta happen in your brain. Okay? You can't do what I almost did when she come out. When she came out, I almost went, what's up? I almost gave her a head nod. You know, like, what's going on? I almost looked at my watch like, hurry it up, people are hungry. You know? Big mistake. When she comes out, you gotta act like you almost faint. Oh my God. That is so beautiful. I've never seen a visage like that. I can't. It's too bright. It's too powerful. If I look at it, you're gonna go blind. Tell all your boys, hide your eyes, hide your eyes. It's the sun. It's radiant as the sun. Meanwhile, what I was really thinking was she looks like a giant fucking toilet, you know? She looked like my grandmother's dining room table just floating at me. Dress all draped on the floor. Do you guys know that it's not that size? The dress is too fucking long. It doesn't fit. Why is it on the floor? She actually just looked like a mentally ill woman sleepwalking in a comforter. Literally going half speed, milking the adulation. Four little poor girls holding the bottom of her dress, walking behind her as she walked. You know how insane that is? This is insane behavior. Why is the dress so long? I don't get it. That's like if I went to a tailor to get a pair of pants. I was like, hey man, I got a really important event. I need your most expensive pair of pants. He's like, okay, let me get your size, measure you up, I'll be right back. I'm like, cool, look, whatever size you got, I'm gonna need it 50 sizes longer than that. He's like, what do you mean? How are you gonna be able to walk? I'm like, what do you mean, how am I gonna be able to walk? I'm gonna have my boys walk behind me and hold the bottom of my pants all night. Are you even a real tailor? Is this your first Super Bowl party? Or have you never tailored a Super Bowl party before? Then me and my wife, we did our honeymoon in Cancun, Mexico. Like a couple of aristocrats, you know? Real classy. She wanted to go to like Greece and Italy. Of course she did. I'm paying for it, so. Let's take a Tesla to Mars while we're at it. Why not? She always has nice suggestions when she knows she's not paying for it. But because I was paying for it, I remember there was a vacation package with my ex-girlfriend 10 years ago I needed to use, so. Off-peak. It's 150 degrees in Mexico. It's just us there and some Argentinian dude in a sweater trying to drink himself to death. In the Speedo and sweater, just standing too close to the water aerobics instructor. I love watching all the Americans down there that don't know the lyrics to the Spanish songs, so they just repeat Despacito for every word. Despacito. Despacito. Now here's the deal, okay? To be honest with you, if you've never done an all-inclusive in South America, you have to try it at least once. Just so you can gain some perspective. Just so you can realize how American you really are. Everyone thinks they're oppressed or they have it hard or even a good person until you go to an all-inclusive. This is nothing more American than going to a third world country and saying, give me infinity of your resources.
Give me some quick tips for Vampire Survivor and playing Hectic Highway, the unlocks and shit.
Hectic Highway unlocks. To get the Hectic Highway stage,
I already have the
you must
stage.
evolve the
I have the stage, bitch.
Since you already have the stage, focus on these specific unlocks. Find Brad Fang, stay in the middle of the road. A coffin appears very early, usually around the 1 minute mark. Open it to unlock him. Unlock Brownie, start a run with Brad Fang and evolve the firearm weapon. Unlock Sheena Atranzi.
Which character should I use on this stage?
Pick Lucia Zero. Her starting weapon, the CU laser, is required to evolve into the Prism Lass to unlock Hyper Mode on this stage. If you already have Hyper Mode, use Brad Fang for his high power or Sigma to easily clear the screen while the stage auto-scrolls. Would you like the evolution recipe for the CU laser?
Seems like I do have the hyper mode already. I already have hyper mode turned on.
Since you already have Hyper Mode, run Brad Fang.
I don't have Brad Fang.
To unlock Brad Fang, play Hectic Highway and stay in the center of the road.
Jesus Christ,
A coffin will
Rich.
appear very...
I hate talking to AI, she's so dumb.
Either you're gonna run out of shit or I'm gonna die. I want it all. I want to drain this place dry. I paid $900 off peak. Bring me another plate of jalapeno poppers. Oh, we become evil. You feel that dictator just start to rise up from your feet. As soon as they start putting that all-inclusive band on, you just feel that little Hitler just start to rise up. Bring me 17 cheeseburgers, no. On the back of a Thai lady boy, no. 17 jalapeno poppers, not one more, not one less. Or you would be disciplined. Right, that power, you feel it, it's evil. It's like Thanos putting on his glove. It's like the Green Lantern putting on his ring. You just start picking Mexican waiters up and moving them all over the resort. You hand any one of those guys a $5 bill, they will treat you like Kanye West for 6 days and 7 nights. It's ugly. It's gross. Then of course, you know, if you don't know the pool chair rule, you have to learn it. I don't know why putting a piece of personal property on the pool chair somehow means you own the pool chair. Why are there not enough pool chairs for everyone at the hotel? I paid $900, all included. Why do I gotta play musical chairs with every other guest? You can't wake up at 10:30 a.m. You know, it's stressful. You know what you gotta do. You gotta wake up 4:15 a.m. and everyone takes a flip-flop, puts it on a chair, and then they go cheat and have breakfast to go back to sleep. You know, you ever go to breakfast and see everyone walking around one flip-flop, high-fiving?
You got a craving? Wing in. For as little as $6.99, get wings, a personal pan pizza, or a melt. At a side.
In their 6 hours, no sweat, because they've claimed their fucking chair. Meanwhile, you come down sweating, running at 10 a.m. trying to get the last one. Nobody's at the pool, but there's a flip-flop on every single chair. And you just act helpless like there's nothing you can do. You're like, crap, you know, maybe we might as well just go back to America. You know, like we can't even, we can't swim today, you know? I don't know how this rule became a thing that people respect. You're not at the chair? Guess what? It's not your chair. I don't know why you just don't take the flip-flop, fucking fling it into the water, and sit down. They come back with one flop, like all arrogant, like they won in life. And they're like, hey man, you're sitting in my chair. You're like, what do you mean I'm sitting in your chair? They're like, yeah, there was a JanSport flip-flop on that. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was a deed, a legal agreement. You have papers that go with that flip-flop? You have a mortgage with that flip-flop? You just had a flip-flop on the chair? He's like, yeah, that's how it works, dude. All right, I went jet skiing, I went to breakfast, I went to sleep. I put that flip-flop there 4 days ago. That's my chair. And you go like, I don't know what to tell you. There was no flip-flop when I got here. But there is one in the ocean. Is that? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. While you were at breakfast, El Nino came through and just kind of swung everything around. It's weird, dude. If you put 2 pieces of personal property on the chair, I think you own a piece of Mexico at that point. Like, I don't even think the federales can get involved. I don't know who made up those rules, but they're not right. All right, I got a question to ask you, and don't get mad at me. You promise? I just want to know. This is something that I read. I'm a dog lover, so this disturbed me. It's probably, I'll tell you, okay? On the internet, on Reddit, I read this article about this group of women. They're like older or whatever, single. They have dogs. And they take peanut butter. What is wrong with you people? They feed it to the dogs. Like, what is... You are some sick people in Madison, Wisconsin. No, actually, you were right. That's exactly what I was saying. I just wanted to make you feel weird for a second. It's horrible. They would put peanut butter in certain areas and let the dog lick it off. Here's my question. Should those dogs be considered a service animal? That's my question. Should they be allowed to fly on planes and wear vests? That's comedy! Comedy!
Oh, shit.
Look, just enjoy it, man. You know? Population's going down. Nobody's having kids right now. That's because nobody wants the party to end. We have it so good.
Is this like a race?
Nobody wants to have kids. Isn't it ironic when you think about it that our parents and grandparents worked so hard for us to have a better life, and that we don't want to have kids because we don't want them to ruin our life? It's a weird trend, you know? Women are waiting a long time to have kids, like career first, dreams first, you know? Biological clock, that's just an instrument of the patriarchy. It's weird, because I had my first kid, I'm guilty, I had my first kid when I was in my 40s. It's wild. And if the trend continues, I guess my daughter, she'll have her first kid when she's like in her 60s. And then I guess her kids will just be born to dead parents at the hospital. Just see a bunch of abandoned babies crawling on the floor to restart society like Lord of the Flies. Whichever baby bites his own umbilical cord off, you're like, that's the leader, follow him. He's an industrious American. And guys, look, I know, like, listen, I know, you know, you guys are probably progressive here now. Very progressive, I get it. That'll change when you get a job. You'll become a Republican. It happens like that. Once you get in that tax office, you'll be like, I can save what? Okay, let's go. Let's go to the right now. I'll hashtag left on the ground, but when I get in that accountant's office, to the right, to the right. Because look, I grew up left too. You know, my mom's a human rights lawyer. I get it, okay? But here's my advice. Just think about it. Young people, think about it. When you get married and you have a kid, you might want to marry a Republican woman. okay? Like, because they actually like want to be with the kid and raise it, you know? That's good.
There are a lot of things you can't control these days, but your car isn't one of them.
It's just that kind of just surfed around the room.
Damn, this level's fucking whack. Look at this shit. I don't have to do anything. I just fucking I stay in the center of the level and no one even touches me.
Traveled like COVID, just. Is it true? It's a little true. It's a little true. It's a little true. It's a little bit true. I'm just saying, look, I believe in a lot of progressive causes and all that, but you gotta understand the type of headache you're in for if you marry a progressive young girl, you know? I mean, can you imagine marrying AOC, the kind of headache it would be? Even just breastfeeding the baby? She would breastfeed it for a little and then she'd be like, okay, now it's your turn. You breastfeed the baby. Did you take your estrogen pills? Did you grow your nurture tit? Did you grow your male nurture tit? You're just gonna be walking around with one tit like this. Countries living in two different realities. It's wild. You could tell by January 6th. That was a perfect example of how everyone is living in two completely different realities. It used to be people just disagreed. Now they're in different realities. January 6th was a perfect example. When you talk to Republicans and you talk to Democrats about January 6th, you get two different versions of reality. You talk to Republicans about January 6th, they're like, what's the big deal? You know, this party that got out of hand. It happens. You've never stolen a podium? It happens, dude. You never been to a party, had a couple too many Trulies? Things got weird, you know? Like, Zach Brown Band was supposed to be there. He didn't show up. People got upset. You never got too drunk and wanted to zip tie a senator? It happens. Big deal. And you talk to a Democrat about January 6th, they're like, it was the Holocaust! It was the Holocaust! It was the Holocaust! You're like, I don't think either one of those things, guys. It's crazy. Can't, you know. I was hopeful we were gonna get it together, but I don't think so. I think we should just split, you know? Not based on like territory, just on like ideology. Let people have their own stores and planes and shit. Aren't you sick of the arguing and blah, you know? I was on a plane, this argument broke out. I was like, enough of this. Let's just have separate planes. I was flying into Texas, and this dude from Texas, middle of the pandemic, he stands up, right? As soon as he stands up, we're still, you know, on the plane. He just pulls his mask down, like, because he's in Texas, he feels like COVID doesn't exist there, you know? That's how they handle COVID down there. They fight it with freedom, apparently. They don't want Fauci to be right about anything, so when their grandmother started coughing, they just took out their gun, like, keep those numbers down! That's an order from Governor Hot Wheels. He's in a wheelchair, goddamn. Hot Wheels. So he stands up, he pulls his mask down, and of course there was like this liberal woman from Manhattan. She was on the plane, you know? She saw him pull the mask down. She's like, excuse me, sir. Do you not care about people? You know, she's the type of woman who goes to bed every night like, thank you, Fauci. Thank you. Thank you for all the variants that hopefully continue to come to make me feel good about my choices. She was like, do you not care about people? Swear to God, he was like, fuck you, bitch. You're in Texas now, motherfucker. And And I was like, can I just finish this Adam Sandler movie? So I was like, why are we even flying together? Let's just have two planes. You know, I'm tired of all the pointing fingers and disagreeing. Let everyone just live in their own reality. It'll be fun. Everyone, you know, you get on the left-wing plane, everyone's paranoid and looking around for instances of sexism or inequality, privilege. How did you get that seat, Whitey? I know that look. That's the look of Kavanaugh, isn't it?
I get it. It's hard to change. Me? I'm pretty loyal. Been on the same team for 17 years. Same coach for 11. Never switched my number once. I start every warm-up with a pass from the same guy.
So, then you get on the right-wing plane, everyone's coughing, they can't breathe. Man, you having trouble breathing? Yeah, man, me too, man. Maybe it's the elevation or something. I don't know, man. My whole family's dead. Mine too, man. I don't know. Must be a bad cold going around or something. I don't know. Maybe it's some bad meat in the market. I don't know. Everyone's happy. We'll call it Fly Right Wings. Fly Right Wings. Just a right-wing airline. You walk down the tunnel to get in. There's not a stewardess there. There's a dude from Florida. He's got flip-flops and a bathing suit on, no shirt. He's holding a Bud Light Lime. You know, he's like, "What's up, amigo? Welcome to Right Wings Airlines, motherfucker. My name's Derek from Florida. First things first, you will not be allowed on this flight without your own personal firearm on you at all times. Now, before we board, I need everybody to sing a Star Spangled Banner. Hit it, Zach Brown Band. They're fucking here, goddammit. All right, now we got two sections on this flight. First class and fucking poor. That's it. I'm talking dirt poor, motherfucker. Your entertainment for this flight is the Joe Rogan podcast, where you got your options to listen to Tucker Carlson, or you can listen to Tucker Carlson. That's it. In first class, we got that Newsmax, that good shit. Our meals for this flight are meat, motherfucker, meat. We got deers running in the aisles. We got midgets you can throw against the wall. We got buckets of buffalo wings half price. We only have 2 bathrooms on this flight. Now listen and listen closely. There are 2 bathrooms on this flight. Male and female. No funny shit. My cousin Dale from Jacksonville will be checking at the bathroom on your way in and on your way out to make sure the carpet matches the drapes, if you know what I'm talking about. No funny shit on this flight. Now here's the deal, this is the most important. Listen up now. If you're sitting in the middle seat, that's your property, goddammit. Somebody puts their arm on your armrest. You stand your ground. You shoot that motherfucker dead. That is based on Florida's very rational stand your ground law. Where even if you kill your whole family, as long as your name was on the deed, technically they were on your property now, weren't they? Don't let your wife sneak up on you in the bathroom. You did what you had to do.
Big old gargoyle.
Right Wing Airlines. And then we'll have woke airlines. A little different, a little softer. You walk down the tunnel, right? There's just a person standing there. You're not quite sure. You're looking for a clue one way or the other. You don't want to be rude, you don't want to make a mistake, but can't see a breast, not sure, you know, like. And they're just like, "Hi, my name is..." My pronouns are nosotros, vosotros. Welcome to Woke Airlines. If you can have your N95 mask over all of your orifices. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth, asshole, please. There's some future variants that could happen any moment, anytime. Please stand 100 feet apart. We need half of the line outside the airport, please. Before we board, this plane will be taking off only after everyone has watched this 15-hour video from the CDC. We take it very seriously. Also, there are no sections on this flight. Okay, we don't want to elevate anyone over anyone else. You're all equal. Okay? There's no seats on this flight. We don't want anyone to feel they have a better seat than someone else. This is an equitable flying experience. Nobody's elevated or above anyone else. So can you guys just figure out a way to get on the plane yourselves? We do have a few seats for pets. If you want to seat your pet, we will seat a pet. And when you do find a place on the plane that you agree amongst yourself is good for both of you, please everyone sit Indian style to honor that culture. I'm sorry, did I just say Indian style? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. If there's any BIPOC people out there, I apologize, please. I meant native. If there's any, please sit native style. I apologize, that was privilege that came through. That was my privilege. I'm listening now, I'm an ally, I apologize. Please accept my resignation from this airplane.
Meet Cancelina. She's a credit ripper. She doesn't know canceling older credit cards when they're paid off can decrease the length of her history. Don't be like Cancelina. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
I'm receding to give somebody else an opportunity who's of pure spirit. As I told you, there's no sections on this flight. All your flights cost the same. They were all the same amount, okay? No price was above any other price. We've taken all the money from all your plane tickets, pooled it up, and redistributed it to social services. So this is actually our last flight. We're going out of business, but please hashtag you were here and how good you've felt about it. Making a difference. We have 86 bathrooms on this flight. One for whatever your preferred pronoun is. We're constantly building new bathrooms every year to accommodate the ever-expanding list of pronouns that come into existence. We have he, him, she, her, vosotros, nosotros, they, them, their, those, he, ha, Zuby, newbie. If we have not built your preferred pronoun bathroom yet, we do have these temporary non-binary diapers. You can go in until that bathroom is constructed. Our entertainment for this flight will just be checking in on AOC's Instagram live feed. And we only have one rule for this flight, and I'm sorry, it applies to you, sir. There are no straight white men allowed on this flight. Beat it. You might want to go down to the next terminal to Nazi Airlines.
Fucking what?
All right, listen. Everything. All right, we get it. It's a little late, to be honest with you. I just encapsulated all of American culture in a fucking joke, and nobody clapped. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you. This is not a ballet. Let me close this up by saying, underneath all of our problems, what's happened here is an imbalance between masculine and feminine love in America. Mom love and dad love. You need a balance of both. There's nothing more powerful than a mother's love. She loves unconditionally. But the problem with that is it's unrealistic. Mom loves you so much she'll lie to you. She'll make you think you can be anything you want in the world. We got a lot of that going on right now. That's why you need a dad. Dads love conditionally. You do good, you get loved more. You do bad, you get loved less. The way the world will love you. You end up listening to mom, you're gonna end up setting your standard too high. And that's when you stick a needle in your arm and feel like a failure with a fentanyl problem. See a lot of that going on. Right? Because mom will lie to you. No matter what you do, she'll be there. You ever see those serial killer documentaries? They always interviewing mom. Where's dad? He's gone. He's gone. He wants nothing to do with that kid. He's like, that one's broken. It's over. I got 1 million more swimming my balls today. I'll make 1 million if there's 1 million women out there who want to do it. Dispensable. Send it back to sender. Broken. Amazon return. But mom's there. She's there going, what did he do? Can I speak to the manager of this jail, please? He killed and chopped up 16 prostitutes? Not my son. It's not possible. You should have seen him when he was in kindergarten. He was a good kid. Come home with D's from school. Mom's like, what's wrong? Why are you
Vampire
failing?
Survivors.
You're a genius.
Thank you for the work.
Your problem is you just don't apply yourself. You could be an astronaut if you just put your mind to it. Bullshit, that kid's fucking stupid. And you know it. He's stupid. Don't do that to him. He's gonna end up going to astronaut school being like, I'm here for service. And they're gonna go, what are you doing here, dude? You got D's in school. That's why you need a dad. Dad will tell you the truth. He'll tell you straight off the bat, look, your brother, he's a smart one. It's not fair. I don't know how it works. You know? Like, I fucked your mom twice, he got all the good shit. I don't know. If it was up to me, I would have split it 50-50, but he got 98, you got 2. Take it up with Jesus. I can't explain it. All right? The only thing you're good at is being full of shit. That's it. You're full of shit, you make me chuckle once in a while. So either go down to that McDonald's and become the best fucking fry lifter that corporation's ever seen, or figure out a way to convince a bunch of people to come see you in a basement in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good time.
Good special. Might have to watch another one. Andrew Schultz presents Jonas Pappas. 2 years ago. Okay, I guess I'll watch this one.
The one, the only, Jonas Pappas.
Keep it going for the hilarious Andrew Schultz.
Other cities are a little jealous, you know? You?
You guys Pappas song Pappas. Also, you guys do the song like That's It. I'll check it out. That's It. Marika. Pretty good song. Interesting. He has another alter ego based on his dad with a thick Greek accent. I forgot his name. Mr. Panos. His alter ego? So that's his alter ego? Is like a trans woman or something? I mean, it's an interesting song. Pretty good.
Can you help us calculate the price of a tamale for wholesale with a 60% margin?
Absolutely. Let's break it down step by step.
Nice.
Just got married. Look at that. Bang! Bang! Yeah! Sorry, fellas, I'm off the market. I'm spoken for. It was interesting. Yeah, I feel like, I'm over 40, so it's about time, And that's why I feel like we got a good chance to make it, just because there's less time for us to be together, I'm looking down that football field, I'm like, 20 yards? I can make that dash right there, no matter what the defense throws, I'm getting in the end zone. Only 20? Yeah. It's good to get married around 40 because we're going to make it. No matter what, my wife knows I'm not going anywhere, I'm over 40. I'm not doing this again. I'm too tired. We've been together 5 years. This is it. I don't care what she does. I'm making her stay. She could cheat on me. I'll just be like, you know what? Move the guy in with us. He's got kids. I'll fucking raise his kids too. We'll all live together. I'll just tell the neighbors we're Mormon now so it's not weird. I don't want to make it strange for the community, It's like, is he living with the guy who's banging his wife? It's like, respect his religious freedom, okay? He follows the laws of Joseph Smith, or as I like to call him, American Jesus. It's an interesting experience having a wedding, Because the day before the wedding, I've never felt more important to a person in my entire life, This is my wife's childhood fantasy. She's been dreaming about it since she was little. We're 24 hours away from this big day. She planned it herself. I'm an integral part of this thing going good. That's a lot of power to have. I'm a very important person that day before. That's why looking back, I'm thinking, you know what? I should have blackmailed her father at that point. I should have been like, look, called him up and been like, I need 500 grand in cash in a duffel bag, or somebody's gonna have a sad little girl tomorrow, I will be on a plane to Miami. That's why I don't understand why more grooms don't get kidnapped the day before the wedding. If you were a smart criminal, that's who you'd kidnap, because you're definitely getting your ransom. There's not enough time to tell the cops she needs you there. You will get your money. She will be like, Daddy, sell the fucking house. We are not letting these Albanians ruin my big day. God damn it! I will hook myself on the street if I have to.
I'm fucking getting married tomorrow.
But the day of, yeah, I don't mean anything. I've never felt less important in my life. Yeah, I'm just an extra in her movie at that point. Like, I'm just another guy in a tuxedo around the queen. I learned that early, man. We showed up. We got married in the castle, of course, because my wife didn't pay for it, so that's how that decision was made, you know? We saw a real small venue. She was like, I don't know, I just don't feel like a bride here. And I was like, yeah, I think I have a hunch why that might be, you know? If you were paying for it, you would have walked into the first Subway and been like, this place is perfect. Oh my God, everyone gets their own 6-inch and Sun Chips? They get to pick their own flavor? Too good for my friends, I'll tell you that right now. Fucking Harvest Cheddar, that is a beautiful flavor for me. My wife planned the whole wedding. Oh, did she train? Oh, it was like, there's Olympic athletes that did not train as hard as she did to get into that fucking dress. For 12 months straight, I just watched my wife drink mustard. That's what it was.
I do love switching things up. New cities, New Jersey numbers.
You putting mustard on an ice cube. Like, don't judge me, it's my cheat day.
I've never used Calci, but I hear good things. Let me know what the buzz is.
Hey, like, I'm binging today. She planned the whole wedding, dude. Planned it herself. She was serious about it. She wrote a whole itinerary. She sent it to all the groomsmen. It was intense. It was like just bullet points where we needed to be every 15 minutes. The only thing missing on that thing was a swastika. I'm being honest with you. Like, she was like, 7:15, be in the lobby. All the groomsmen must be there. Everyone's bow ties needs to be straight. Upstairs, 15 minutes later for the photographs. Stand in order of height. If anyone's missing, we will kill your whole family. That's what it felt like. It was intense, you know? That's the fun part of the wedding, right? Pictures. That's what you want to do on your big day. Professional photo shoot for 4 hours, you know? Gotta record the memories, and the memories are just taking photos, you know? That's what I remember about that day. Just being annoyed at taking fucking photos. They make you stand in all these poses, the photographer is like, just make it look natural, you know? And then he had every one of my groomsmen help me with my tuxedo jacket. They're all trying to put it on. So if you're looking at the pictures, it just looks like I'm a paraplegic or something. This guy's arms don't work at all. And then they just had us adjust each other's bow ties. That's fun, just staring into the eyes of all your friends. You look at the photo album, you're gonna be like, this was definitely a gay wedding right there. Like, those two guys are deeply in love. We showed up there early. She was already up there in the bride suite. She's up there in like this palace, up there, like there's 15 terraces, heated floors, little slave girls just dropping grapes into her mouth, you know? Paparazzi following her around like she's J-Lo. She's got to go to the bathroom. Somehow one of her friends does it for her. I don't know how that happened. I gotta go. Don't get out of that dress. Just think it to me, and I took it for you. Yeah. It's your big day, princess. But I know nobody wanted to come, you know? Go to a wedding anymore, right? You get a wedding invitation in the mail, first thing you think is like, fuck, I hope they break up before this happens. Like, how much is this gonna cost me? I'm gonna spend a whole Saturday doing this? Yeah, nobody wanted to come. We need to change the system for weddings. We do. We gotta make it more like fun for people who want to come to your wedding, right? So how about this? Instead of giving the couple money guaranteed as a gift, wouldn't it be better if you could buy shares of their marriage like a stock, you know? If you believe in the couple, you're like, give me 20 shares. I like what I see. Every quarter, you get a report, find out how your couple's doing, you know? You're like, Mr. Thompson just got a raise, they're on their second kid. You're like, fuck it, give me 20 more shares, you know? The Thompsons are through the roof right now.
Till, of course, you get a quarterly report, you know, wife just cheated on him, son developed a crystal meth problem, like fucking sell, god damn it! I should have known when she smiled at me at the wedding that this was a bad investment, you know? How great would that be? I tell you, a lot of couples, they wouldn't get divorced, you know, with that system. You think twice about breaking up if other people's money's invested in your life. You'd be like, we're breaking up. I'll be like, nah, we're calling a fucking board meetings, what we're doing, Jerry. Stacy, Tom, work that shit out. Like, I own 20% of your kids, so you're not fucking with my money. How great would that be? That'd be fun, right? You could make a little money on the marriage market. I'd be showing up to weddings I'm not even invited to, just as a speculative investor. Just sneak in the back, like, hey man, what do we got going on over here? He's a hedge fund manager from Manhattan. She's a bartender from Tampa. That's risky, you know? If I, you know what? Fuck it. Give me 100 shares. Let's see how this shakes out. This works out. I'll be a billionaire. Nobody's getting in on this. It's a risky investment. I would make risky investments, you know? Because I would have a diversified portfolio. Every good investor knows you gotta have a lot of safe investments to buffer the risky ones. For my safe investments, easy. Hasidic Jewish couples, like, they're not allowed to break up, so that is steady income right there. In fact, all extreme religions, I'm heavily invested in that sector. Whatever culture doesn't give women a say, I'm like, give me 100 shares of that shit. No matter what he does, they're not breaking up because she can't, so I'm a disaster capitalist.
I have shocking news. You're dead. Yeah, how'd you know?
Welcome to the junction, where you choose one place to spend eternity and who to spend it with.
It's a good time. Your relationships are hard nowadays. Just modern day love is tough because of phones, you know? It's like a big part of love is getting a chance to miss somebody, getting a little space. And now with phones, it's just we're up each other's ass constantly. Like, when's the last time you said goodbye and meant it for a few minutes? No? Now you say goodbye. 3 minutes later, what you doing? Hello? It's been 15 seconds. How come you're not texting me back? It's like, because I'm on a fucking airplane. That's why. I'm actually close to outer space. How can you even reach me right now? Can I just please enjoy this tomato juice and Adam Sandler movie? I don't know what it is. When I get on a flight, I need a fucking tomato juice. I'm not the only one either, because I have tomato juice, so somebody else is ordering it, which is weird, because like, if you were at a party and someone offered you a tomato juice, you'd be like, what kind of fucking party is this, man? But as soon as I get on the plane, I'm like, yo, give me a double tomato juice. I am parched and thirsty. I want to drink soup all the way to Phoenix. My wife even does this thing, you know? This is how up each other's ass we all are. Like, if she's walking late at night, she'll call me and make me stay on the phone with her for the walk. She's like, hey, what's going on? It's like a 15-minute walk. Just, it's dark out. There's probably a creepy guy like 30 blocks over or something. Like, you never know. Do you mind? I'm not putting you out, right? Everything's coming. Like, no, it's fine. You know, it's just game 7. There's only 2 seconds left, but, you know, like, I guess I'll put that on pause because I'm on assault patrol for the next 15 minutes. And what's the point? Let's say somebody does attack her. What the fuck am I supposed to do about it? Except sit there helplessly on the phone, listening to the audio of her murder, to be traumatized for the rest of my life. Now I try to sleep and close my eyes. I just hear your screams and remember how you forced me to listen to this for some reason. What's the point? What do you want me to do? Just scream into the phone? Stop! Leave her alone! No, it sounds bad. Honey, he can't hear me. Put the phone on speaker. Fuck! Yeah, I'm glad. It's good to settle down, though. I took too long, man. Nobody wants to suffer a sacrifice anymore, get into a relationship, you know? Especially in New York, you know? Especially this generation. Everyone's looking for the perfect person because we're so spoiled. Everyone's like, you know, how come you can't be more like Ryan Gosling? It's like, you know, because my name's Ted, you know? And Ryan Gosling's not looking for you either, so your name's Marie. You're an X-ray technician at Kings County Hospital. Can't we just fucking white knuckle through this like our parents did? Yeah, man. I'm glad I settled down. I waited too long, you know? Because, you know, I live in New York City. That's what we do. Girls here are like, I'm not going to let the patriarchy tell me when I'm going to have kids, okay? All right? First, I want to open my gluten-free rabbit store for bunnies. Okay? I'm an NYU student, and I study the patriarchy. My dad pays for me to go to NYU to study how my dad pays for NYU. I met a couple from NYU. I was like, you know what? This is where we're at as a country. It was the two of them. She was like a something studies. You know, it was like a bunch of letters in the alphabet. A bunch of letters in the alphabet studies. And I was like, man, what do you study? He was like, I'm an English major. And I was like, you know what? That's how we're going to beat the Chinese right there. You know? Like, they're over there. They're majoring in engineering, STEM, chemistry. We're over here majoring in a language we learned at 4. You know, that's... You want to know how to use the word the? I fucking studied it. So, word the goes right there. So I waited too long, you know? It's like, I waited too long to get... I was listening to my single friends. Single people, the perpetually single people. They think that they're strong. You ever know that people? You're like, how come you're single? They're like, I'm just waiting for someone to challenge me. I'm not a settler. Somebody needs to come along and challenge me. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, you psycho? I mean, there's someone who challenges you? That sounds awful. You come home, someone checks a basketball on your chest, game to 11, motherfucker, what's up? I'm here to improve you! Your friends are like, how come she's always screaming at you? You're like, it's my soulmate, what are you gonna do, you know? It's like dating Tony Robbins, you know? I've developed a twitch and a facial thing, but she loves who I could be one day. That's why it works. She doesn't love me as I am, which is good. Yeah, we've all made that mistake. You ever be in a relationship with someone who challenges you? It's called an abusive fucking relationship. You don't want to be with someone who challenges you. That's stupid. That's immature. You want to be with someone who compliments you, you know? Someone who fits. Somebody who you could picture yourself eventually having comfortable misery with, you know? That's what it is. Nobody thinks ahead. Nobody's practical anymore. It's like, this is the real reason why you want to get in a relationship. It's like, get older, you know? When you get older, you're going to fall. You will fall. And you just want someone living in your house when you do, you know? Like, you don't want to fall and just end up alone in the basement stairs, just with a broken back, trying to figure out a way to communicate to the cat to maybe crawl out the window and tell a neighbor, Bootsy, Bootsy, go tell Bob in 5D, Daddy's down. You gotta get in a relationship. Life's too hard to do alone, you know? It's like, you know, God forbid, you're in your 30s or your 40s, you're still single. You know, God forbid you get sick, you get injured, you go to the hospital, and the doctor's like, all right, who do we contact to let them know you're here? You're like, actually, I'm waiting for someone to challenge me, so it's I'm not settling for emergency contact at this point. I'm not a settler! I love my wife. She's great. That's why I married her, you know? She just starts a lot of fights because she phrases things wrong. I'll be honest. Ladies, I'm here to help. Like, seriously, this is a good one, you know? Don't ever ask us if we want to do something. Don't phrase it honestly, you know? Be like, hey, do you want to go have a picnic? No, never, never. No. What'd you think I was going to say? Yes! Fuck, are your girlfriends going to be there? Let's go closer to dark so there's mosquitoes out. We get bit up. Can I bring edamame? Let's drink rosé on the floor. Let's go to a dog park where they piss and shit during the day and then off-leash hours are over. I want to sit on dry dog piss. No, don't set yourself up for failure like that. Trick us into it. You know, get creative, manipulate us. You just gotta assume we're lazier than you and you're smarter than us. That's what it is. Just be like, hey, honey, I heard they're handing out free money at the park. You want to go? Yeah, I got my coat on before you finish the sentence. Then we're out the door, be like, hey, we might as well bring some sandwiches in case we're hungry. Boom, we're having a fucking picnic. I don't even remember the free money at that point. I'm yelling at you. We should do this more often, you know? I'm laying on the blanket, listening to Sarah McLachlan, twinkling my toes. Nice little breeze. I got my off spray. Mosquitoes don't bother me when we're having a picnic. You gotta trick us into it. Guys, we lie to ourselves, you know? We tell ourselves, hey, my wife's not fun, my girl's not fun, you know? Gotta hang out with my boys to have a good time. It's like, our wives are fun, you know? It's just that the ideas always sound stupid, you know? But once we're there, it's great. You just gotta get us there. Guys lie to ourselves. You can't, hanging out with your boys it's fun when you're in like your 20s or a teenager, you know, that's fun. But when like you're in your 40s, hanging out with your guy friends, it's like borderline inappropriate at that point, you know? You ever go to a bar and see 5 40-year-olds standing by the bar? Is there anything more pathetic than seeing 5 40-year-olds yawning every 3 minutes? Every time they yawn, a little bit of their gut pops out of their polo shirt. They're just stretching out their plantar fasciitis. Jerry, get me another Miller. Young girls walking by like, do you guys own the bar? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be raised in a family? That's weird. This is when I really figured it out that she phrases things wrong. It was fall. My wife loves fall. Like all women, you guys. There's something about that season that just brings out the peppiness in your femininity. That first breeze in September hits. You guys are like, oh fuck, boots weather! Yeah, look at my new boots! These are cute! I want to walk around like I just got off a horse all day! Fuck yeah, hocus pocus, cozy! Let's get some fake pumpkins from TJ Maxx, put them all over the living room! Pumpkin spice pizza! This is my boyfriend's sweatshirt. It's my sweatshirt now! Look at my sweatshirt! It is. You guys love fall. So this is how my wife phrased the question to me, out of nowhere, you know? In October, this last October, she was like, hey, you know, it'd be fun, let's get into the fall spirit. Do you want to go pumpkin picking? What? The fuck is... Why would I want to go do manual labor on a Saturday? If you want a pumpkin, they have them at the supermarket. That's how easy it is to get a pumpkin. They don't even put them inside the supermarket. They always leave them out front, you notice? They don't even care if you pay for it. That's a suggested price. Like, this is marketable for 4 days. Take it or fucking pay for it. We don't care. It's gonna be a moldy mess in 13 minutes. Nobody's ever been arrested for stealing a pumpkin, you know? If you called the cops on someone stealing a pumpkin, the cops would arrest you for calling them. But she's my wife. I love her. So this year, I was like, you know what? I'll go. Let's go pumpkin picking. Let's get into the fall spirit. And let me tell you something right now. It was bigger bullshit than I thought, you know? Like, what a sham, dude. You drive out, it's not even a pumpkin farm. It's just an open field where they dump pumpkins on the ground. So you just basically bend over farther to pick up a pumpkin. They probably go to the supermarket, steal those pumpkins, and then drive them out there. And I'm supposed to be impressed because there's a llama that stinks like shit, you know? Like...
You see a sleeping baby, but just before this moment when Dad couldn't get him down, he got advice from a Hatch sleep consultant, and they did the pick-up, put-down method together. Meet the new Hatch baby, now with real-time sleep support.
Almonds, baby! Oh, shit. They're the snack for my health goals. Watch this. Almonds got you.
Yeah. Then she asked me this one recently. She was like, hey, do you want to come with me and get a pedicure? I'm like, no. I'm a guy. I cut my own toenails and leave them in a pile on the floor. You know, like... I intend on picking them up. I just forget that they're there, you know? And 3 weeks later, I'll accidentally step on one and be like, oh, time to cut my toenails again. It's been 3 weeks. That was a sharp one. Just a strange question to phrase to your husband like that, you know? You want to get a pedicure, it's like, did you want me to be like, yes! Are we gonna get manicures too? I want to get mine gelled so they don't chip when we go pumpkin pigging. And that's when I realized if she just phrased it differently, I would go and have a great time, you know? Because she asked me the same question a couple weeks later, she just phrased it different. She was like, hey, I'm going to get a pedicure, why don't you come with me? I know you'll hate it, but it'll be hilarious, you'll get a joke out of it. So I went. And let me tell you something. It was one of the most glorious fucking experiences. I was sitting up there in that automatic massage chair, I got so comfortable I fell asleep and farted by accident. Sorry. Just me and a bunch of housewives with their beautiful legs and feminine feet. I had my hairy werewolf legs hanging over the front. I had my jeans rolled up like Huckleberry Finn. It's my first pedicure in 40 years, so the girl had to put on a welding helmet. Trying to chisel out a piece of sports sock from when I was a teenager. Now I go every other week. I ask her, I'm like, do you want to get a pedicure? No. Yeah, no. They know my shit in there now. It's good, yeah. It's such a good time. We live in such a comfortable time. God, imagine being a college student right now. You don't gotta work in a factory. You don't gotta get a job right away. Kids just graduate college now, just sit in coffee shops for a few years, you know? Trying to think of a new app idea. So they can try and cure whatever slight inconvenience might be left on the planet. That's the goal, to get it so we don't move. You don't have to do anything. Pretty soon there's gonna be an app for everything. It'll even be like an itchy balls app when your balls itch. You're like, why would I scratch my own balls when I could just GPS my location? Have a midget come out of nowhere and scratch them for you. It's the Uber of ball scratching. You can even see him running in a little cartoon screen. He's 3 minutes away. He's turning up 2nd Avenue. Philip is arriving in 3 minutes. You rate him, he rates you. It's a perfect system, you know? You write a little review. Philip was great. He got the back of the balls, you know? Made some great conversation while he did it. Offered me a bottled water and juicy fruits. I mean, who has movie candy? I highly recommend Philip if you're in the Murray Hill section in Manhattan for a 5-star ball scratching. Like, just think about food delivery for a second. It's a good example of how comfortable we are now. Do you remember when you used to have to call a restaurant on the phone to have them deliver the food to your doorstep? 2nd century Scandinavian prince. Do you remember those hard days to use your mouth to talk, you know, like before Seamless, Grubhub? I love Seamless. It's like their whole business model is like, are you guys tired of making eye contact with the delivery guy? Are you tired of having to put pants on to answer the door? Because now you don't have to. All you gotta do is crack your door open 3 inches and pull your food in like a prisoner in solitary confinement. I haven't seen a delivery guy in 4 years. I don't know who's out there. Could be a baby or a ghost. Just see knuckles slide past my lock as I just pull the food in like a troll living in the attic. I'm actually playing this little game with myself, true story. Like, I want to see how little clothing I can get away with having on without the delivery guy noticing. I'm down to 1 sock, like on my dick like a red hot chili pepper. I answer the door like Flea on tour in '97. Go ahead. If you've never ordered food completely butt naked, you have to try it. It's a beautiful moment where it really hits you how comfortable we have become as a society. You're like, I don't even need to get dressed to get a 4-star meal delivered to me. Can you imagine if somebody came back from the past in like a time machine? You know how confused they would be? They'd be like, how do you guys get all this food? Like, is there a farm out back? Or like, where's all this meat coming from? You got chickens? They're like, nah, dude, watch this. Tell me what you want to eat. Anything. All right, now get naked. Food's on the way. Just take your clothes off. Yeah, dude, it's a good time to be alive. You gotta take a second to appreciate how comfortable a civilization we live in right now, you know? Yeah, it's like we don't really work. Nobody really we don't even really work at work anymore. You know, what's a hard day for you now? It's like maybe there's like a strategy meeting at 2 you had to go to. You know, really interrupted a good Facebook scroll you were getting.
I get it. It's hard to change. Me? I'm pretty loyal. I've been on the same team for 17 years. Same coach for 11. Never switched my number once. I start every warm-up with a pass from the same guy. What's up, Curtis? And I shoot from the...
Maybe you couldn't find your charger for 15 minutes or something? It gave you a real anxiety attack? That's why everybody nowadays has like anxiety, panic attacks. You know, it's a real modern day problem. I'm having a panic attack. I can't sleep. I'm having a panic attack. I need to take an Ambien to help me sleep. It's like, no, I'll tell you why you can't sleep. It's because you fucking did nothing all day long. Your body is not tired. That's why you can't sleep. Ask your grandparents if they've had trouble sleeping. Hey, Grandpa, did you ever have a panic attack and not be able to sleep? He's gonna go, what? No, I laid down and fell asleep immediately because we were building the bridge all day. So it's like 14 Irishmen fell into the water. They're dead now. Well, what's the hashtag you're following? What is it? Hashtag resist. Okay, now let's go to brunch. Okay, yeah. We live in a good time. It's a good time. Everyone's losing their mind a little bit though. The internet's really making people lose their mind. Yeah, everything's gotten very angry and extreme. You know, used to be you could be a Democrat and Republican and you'd have them in your same family, no problem. You remember? Remember your dad was a Republican because he owned a business and your mom was a Democrat because she lived off of him. You know, and it was like, she knew where that health care was coming from, you know? Now nobody can even talk. Everyone's extreme right, extreme left. You can't tell a bunch of Republicans you're a Democrat. They'll be like, you fucking cuck. You want to watch your wife get fucked, don't you? You want to chop your dick off, you communist bastard? It's like, nah, dude, I just want single payer health care. That's it. I just want to take care of old people. That's all I want to do. I swear I don't want anyone to fuck my wife in front of me, I promise. Right? And you can't be a Republican and tell a bunch of Democrats you're a Republican. Right away they're like, you fucking Nazi. You piece of shit white supremacist. You probably got Mexican slaves chained in the basement. You're fucking hailing Hitler every day, you piece of shit. Like, no, I just own a business, I want less taxes. I don't have Mexican slaves, I promise. Like, I live in an apartment, I don't even have a basement, I promise. Everyone's gone crazy, man, and at a time where, you know, things are pretty comfortable, you know? We gotta unite somehow. We gotta unite. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but I think the internet's done it, and we're real divided, because I think we've forgotten the thing we all have in common, and that's we're all just self-interested pieces of shit, you know? Like, yeah, I'm a libertarian when things are going good. I don't want to pay taxes, but as soon as this career falls apart, I'm gonna be like, Bernie, free healthcare, yeah! Where's my health care? Everyone's liberal till they get rich. You ever notice that? Then you become socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Whenever you meet anybody who says that means they grew up liberal, then they got rich. So my politics are now for whatever to touch my fucking money. That's what I believe in. Like, lesbians want to get married and touch each other, that's fine. Just tell them to keep their hands off my fucking money. I don't think anyone's really Democrat or Republican, you know? It's like, are you really liberal people? Or are you just under 35, really? Never owned your own business. So once you open that gluten-free muffin shop or whatever it is, that these taxes are a little high to support this niche market that's buying my cupcakes. And if that doesn't switch you conservative, let's be honest, every liberal is just one bad mugging away from switching to conservative. You're walking around, you're like, I'm with her, Bernie. And 3 kids jump you, beat the shit out of you, while their friends film it and put it on YouTube. Yeah, you wake up the next day like, you know what,
Donald Trump has a lot of good ideas. You know, it's like, we gotta build a wall immediately! My favorite, libertarians are my favorite. I can't believe that they've like crawled off of college campuses and are on TV now. These fanatics. I'm a libertarian because they're all about the marketplace. No regulation. They just worship the market. Everyone's a libertarian when their company's doing good. As soon as it goes bankrupt, libertarians disappear real quick. There's no libertarian in the history of being a libertarian who's rejected a socialist bankruptcy bailout on principle. Like, you know what? My company failed, but I'm a libertarian. I trust the market, you know? I really learned a lesson on that one, so I'm gonna go sleep in a homeless shelter for next year. You gotta trust the marketplace. Just don't touch it. It's perfect, you know? It's all knowing. Just let the market figure it out. Your wife fucked another guy? Free market, baby. Like, better dick, right? Better dick. Unregulated. Free market dick. It's tough, man. You know, our country's basically just divided into two generally stupid groups. You know? We got like right-leaning, handy, uneducated people who can fix your sink and shit like that. And then you got us, just overeducated and useless. That's what we are. Like, when the apocalypse comes, we're gonna be like, what are we supposed to do? I've seen every Woody Allen movie. Does that help? Or I know who Dostoevsky is. I'm really woke.
I'm looking for someone that wants to be my adventure buddy and is someone that I can trust in and is going to be there for me.
Yeah.
The Crimson Shroud, bitch!
Next president has to be for everybody
Trying to
somehow.
fuck with me now.
Gotta unite. Next president has to be for left and right. So when he wins or she wins, everyone feels like their candidate won. That's why next president has to be female conjoined twins. There's no choice. You know, like, you gotta find conjoined twins where one sister's Republican and the other one's Democrat. And yeah. So whoever you voted for the first time in history, your candidate won, you know? There's no losers. There are two sisters. I saw them on 60 Minutes. Most amazing I've ever seen. Have you seen it? Two sisters. They were born with one body, two heads. The right sister controls the right arm and leg. The left sister controls the left arm and leg. And somehow they telepathically communicate to move and live life normally. I was watching this going like, this is the most amazing shit I've ever seen in my life. I will vote for these two bitches for president of the United States. I am with hers, to be honest with you. Like, who better to teach us to share the planet than two girls trapped in the same body, compromising every fucking day? It's gonna be a cakewalk for them being president. They were born to be president. They get in office and be like, all right, what do you want me to do? Balance the budget? All right. That's a cakewalk. We just drove to Walmart today. Do you understand? Do you understand how crazy that is? They would end war immediately too, just because they would make countries feel guilty about fighting over the same land. Give everyone a little perspective. They'd be like, really, Israel and Palestine? You guys can't share the same land? North and South Korea? That must be really hard for you, you know? Yeah. Try having to take a shit while your sister wants to go to the mall and figuring it out. Like, that's easier than our Tuesday. I don't know what you're talking about. Plus, you know they're not corrupt. That's the best part about conjoined twins. They don't steal, and that's the quality we almost want in our leader, someone who's honest. And conjoined twins, they're honest, they don't steal, all right? They never even consider it, because they know they'll never get away with it. So it's just, they're good people. No one's ever turned on the news and there was conjoined twins on the loose. They can't, it's hard to hide, you know, you can't just walk into a bank and rob it if, you know, it's like everyone's been staring at you the moment you walked in. Like, there's a lot of witnesses to that crime. You could even be wearing masks. Successfully robbed the place. Cops would be like, did anyone see who robbed this bank? Like, officer, unfortunately, they were good. They were wearing masks. But I do have one tip for you. I think you're looking for somebody with two heads. Is that common? Is that... Maybe you can start by flipping through the Guinness Book of World Records a few times? Whichever one of those sets of twins aren't accountable from 12 to 6. I'm pretty sure those are your HSBC bandits right there.
It's a very padded time, very gentle time, you know? You can't blame young people. They grew up with the internet. They live in a place that doesn't exist most of the day. They're in another reality where there's no harm that can come to them. You know, that's why they get offended by words a lot. They're like, how was the violent word? Stop it.
This fucking
Try to avoid the word. You're assaulting me with your words.
What the fuck?
Because,
It is
that's what
tweaking.
happens when you have
I can't
a
see
whole
anything.
generation that grew up without getting punched in the
It's
face.
just
You know, it's like,
tweaking.
words are violent if you have nothing to compare them to.
I can't see shit.
You're like, that was the violent word. You're like, no, it could be a lot worse. I grew up in Brooklyn in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, there was a time when there was just random packs of wild kids everywhere. Remember that? You turned the street corner, you saw 20 kids, you were like, fuck. I'm about to get fucked up. Have you had a Nautica jacket on? Well, you used to have a Nautica jacket on.
This is a trip. What the fuck?
If there was a day back then where I walked through those kids and all that happened was one of them called me a Greek faggot, that was one of the best memories of my childhood. Like, what a bunch of nice kids, like. I get it though. I know what it is. Look, maybe we're just at the end. You know, you ever think about that? Like, I don't think we're going back to normal after this. Donald Trump, it's like, the seal's been broken. You're never gonna see a normal Yale-educated lawyer, been in Senate for 40 years. That shit is over. We don't have the attention span for that guy gets on that girl gets on stage, starts talking, we're all gonna just be like, boring, like, are you colluding with foreign powers? Like, I need my presidency to read like a Tom Clancy novel at all fucking times. You're fucking porn stars helping the Russians? What are you doing? This shit is exciting, you gotta admit. He says crazy shit. He says crazy shit a lot, you know? But nobody talks about the real reason why he says crazy shit. So he says crazy shit all the time because he's 73 years old, you know?
We make trading simple. Trade what you want, how you want, with Dixie Trade.
That's what old people do. They say crazy shit. They gotta get it out. They're dying soon. They're like, I can't take all these crazy thoughts to the grave. So like, it's basically a going out of business sale out of his mouth, you know? Like, he don't give a shit. He's trashing a hotel room before he checks out for good. It's like the Chinese invented global warming. He don't give a fuck, you know? I'm a Greek kid, you know, I'm Greek. So yeah, we got some Greek things. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Greek Republicans, you got to admit, but you have to also admit that Greeks are worried about that wall. Because Greeks own restaurants, so they already started planning. If he builds that wall, they're going to build a tunnel underneath the diner that goes directly to Mexico. It's an underground Greek diner railroad. Bernie's back. I like Bernie. He's an honest guy. I like him. But let's be honest. We're New Yorkers. Yeah, but like, you can't look like that and be president. Like, I mean, you can't look like you've been teaching math to urban youth for the last 20 years. Let's look like a math teacher deep in Brooklyn somewhere who just got hit with a spitball in the back of the head. Every time he turns around, he's like, America, who did that? America. First you take the 4% and you put it to fucking 10%. Who did that? Who hit me with a spitball? I've been working at the DMV for 40 years. I got no benefits. We gotta change the system here. The Mueller report came out. Yeah, there was collusion. It was between Hillary and her lack of charisma. That's how she lost the election. So that's where we're at, you know? Maybe everything's been done. I don't, you know, what are we on, like Spider-Man 17 at this point? Like, are there any new ideas? Maybe we did it. Maybe we made it to the finish line. There's cocaine and sushi everywhere. Maybe we did it. Like, you can get raw fish like a Scandinavian king at Rite Aid. This is as good as it gets. It's a finite universe, isn't it? There's only one story that hasn't been told. I wrote it. I wrote a movie. It's a transgendered romantic comedy. It's a rom-com. It's hilarious, complicated, heartwarming, you know? The plot is like teenage guy and girl fall in love, but deep down the girl, she knows she's a guy. She's always felt like a guy, so she transitions. They love each other, try to stay together, but now they're just two dudes, and neither one of them's gay, so it's complicated. You know, gender's getting in the way at that point, so the love stays, but they decide to break up, start dating other people, but you know, he just can't stop thinking about her, who's now a he, you know? He's like, yeah, she who's now a he was the one for me when she was a she, and I'll do anything to be with him who used to be her, who I loved, so he decides, fuck it, and he becomes a her just to be with her who's now a he, and now he who's now a she sets out to find her who's a he, but unbeknownst to him who's now a her, while he who's now a she was thinking about him, her who's now a him, she who's now a him was thinking about him when he was a him, and she transferred back into a her to be with him and was trying to find him, so they keep missing each other, you know? It's like, the timing's always off. When he's a he, she's a he, it's like, you know, until at the end they fall in love in different genders. It's called Love Twice. It's a beautiful movie, like. The tagline, not even gender could keep these soulmates apart. Not even gender. It's a narcissistic time, you have to admit. It's not bringing out the best of us right now, the internet. I was actually today, I saw these like girls trying to get a photo of themselves. They couldn't figure out how to like get the picture and pose at the same time. They were trying to throw the phone and like, I can't. And I was walking by and like, hey, excuse me, can you take a picture of us? And I was like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll take one photo. I'm in a rush, I'm coming here. All right, I took one photo, like, you can't just take one. You gotta, can you just take like 300-400? Just move around a little bit. Just, you know, can you just lift it too? It's a little low. You want to get it from this angle. Can you just go across the street in that building on the 4th floor? Just take it. Maybe you could get a crane and just shift. Like, you take it too quick. We didn't get a chance to set up. And they started posing. I just pretended like the camera didn't work because I like to watch them hold that pose.
Get the motherfucking Reaper on me, bro. Look at all these Reapers trying to fuck with me. Motherfucking Reaper on me.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Women have really figured out that exact skinny pose. It's very well thought out. It's all about creating an illusion of taking up as little space as possible. It's the same pose, right? It's like a slight little turn. Head goes back to tighten the jaw, right? Kissy face or a little tongue to tighten it even further because you guys are fucking out of your minds. That's what it is. You're psychotic people. So it's like a slight turn, right? Then like tits and chest out, but stomach in at the same time. I don't even know how it's possible. You kind of end up looking like a minotaur or something, just. And then for some reason there was always one leg up, like a sleeping horse, just. You know, just low. And then you throw your arm as high on your back as possible, like rip your shoulder out of the rotator cuff and just kind of. Forget about gun control, we need some photo control, you know? I think there should be a 4-picture limit on your camera when you turn it to your own face. Because let's be honest, like if you can't get the photo after 4 pictures, maybe you're just not that good looking. You know? At that point, there should be a voice that comes out of the camera. Bitch, it's not us, it's you. Not everybody's camera ready. You're more of a writer, you're a producer. Like, start a blog. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you anymore. Tough time. Tough time. I think, you know, the problem is people live too long. That's what it is. Yeah, you live too long, you get bitter, conservative. You ever notice the older you get, the more socially conservative you get? That's the problem. The problem used to be people live too short. And that's why history's so...
3 new unlocks after that run. That was a crazy run. I think that might have been my longest time. And I had fucking like 5 Reapers on me at the same time. It's because I got that fucking Crimson Shroud. That shit makes me fucking invincible. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Violent because people only live to like 25, which makes you like a wise old man at 17. You know? Nobody knew shit. Nobody lived long enough to become enlightened. You know what I did when I was 17? True story. I stuck my dick in a Vicks Vapor Rub to see if it burned. Just out of curiosity, I was like, if you're wondering, it stinks for a long time. Doesn't stop burning for like 4 days. And leaves bad memories, yeah. That means history was basically dictated by somebody who would stick their dick in a Vicks Vapor Rub out of pure curiosity. General Lafayette was 21 when he was fighting with George Washington. Alexander the Great was 17 when he conquered the world. How nuts is that? People live too long, you know? They always get bitter. You ever notice that? Old people are like, we're losing this country. It's like, nah, dude, we're losing you. You're going away. We'll figure it out. Bye! 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 I love that. Bye! Bye! I never understood why old people are so conservative. I never got that. It's like, dude, you're 80. What the fuck do you care? You got 5 years to live, max. You're blowing lines every single night, trying to get as much granny puss as possible. You don't even have to wear a condom. You get AIDS, you win. There's no consequence. When I'm 80, I'm shooting crystal meth right into my dick hole. I don't care. What am I gonna do? Develop a crystal meth habit at 80 and go to rehab to try to fix it? For what? I'm gonna enjoy crystal meth. Go out in a blaze of gold. That's what drugs are here for. That's why they grow out of the ground, for old people to celebrate making it to the end. Don't you hate it when you see your grandparents just laying in bed, no purpose, depressed? You know, I want to be like, Grandma, go try heroin. You'll have a new, exciting life. Pontificate with your friends on the corner, whole sense of new purpose. Wake up every morning like, fuck, I gotta make $40 to get high. I gotta figure this out. I got a string, a nickel, and a piece of flint. To me, it's backwards, you know? I think young people are the ones who should be conservative. We have consequences for your behavior. Like, even subconsciously, you ever notice how when you're young, you can never party as hard as you really want to party because of consequences? You're drinking on a Tuesday, you're like, yo, man, I can't drink anymore because I gotta wake up for work. And if we do any more blow, I could die. My heart is racing, you know? Like, but when you're 83, you're like, yo, let's do some more cocaine, see if we die tonight. That'll be awesome. What a way to go out. You see your friend who left the party early, they're like, yo, how was that party? You're like, you shouldn't have left. We partied so hard. Ethel fucking died last night. That is the type of fiesta we are talking about, cabron. Seriously, let's be honest. If your granddad died partying from a recent cocaine addiction, is that sad, or is that one of the most hilarious things you've ever heard in your life? Would you be able to even not giggle when someone asks how he passed away? Like, how'd your pop-up day again? You're like, I mean, well, he started doing a lot of blow, like in October, like, he ended up getting in a shootout with the cops. It was pretty epic, to be honest with you. He died with a smile and a peace sign, just. I gotta say I'm joking about that, because, like, you never know when there's some psycho in the crowd going, yo, that's a good idea, you know? Like, go home tonight, Grandma, I got a little snack for you. Yeah, just sniff it. Okay, now run, be free, go. Wild horses. I'm just old now, I snore, you know? I'm a snoring old dude. My wife made a video of me snoring the other night. She thought that was funny, like while I was sleeping. And she showed it to me. She goes, look, I made a video of you snoring, isn't that funny? I was like, no, that's not funny. Thanks for giving me a complex for the rest of my life. And why are you just watching me sleep, you fucking psycho? She made a 1:17 video of me snoring like I wouldn't get the picture after 7 seconds. I snore, it's redundant. What'd you think, I was gonna belt out a tune after 4 seconds?
A 17-minute video.
And it's not like I can make a video of her snoring to embarrass her, you know, because like when she snores, she makes the smallest possible noise, like most women. It sounds like a kitten farting or whatever. She snores, it's like, I love when she wakes herself up like, oh my God, was I snoring? That's so embarrassing. I'm like, you want to call it that? I was actually using it as soothing noise to fall asleep to. What is snoring? Isn't that weird, snoring? It's like, and how come we haven't cured it yet? You know? I bet you there's a lot of soulmates who are supposed to be together, but they couldn't make it because of snoring. Because every woman I've been with my whole life is always okay with my snoring. At the beginning, they're like, you're a guy snore, big deal, you're so cute. And 6 months later, they just start elbowing me out of bed, thinking to themselves, you know what, being a single mom's not that bad. I would rather raise this kid on my own than listen to God choke this motherfucker to death every night. And what is snoring? I don't know why I snore, because during the day, I'm one of the best breathers on the fucking planet. Struggle, in and out, no noise. Then I fall asleep. It sounds like I'm taking Hebrew in a helicopter. Moshlem Pesada. Barachatana Khana Malachmale Meleshenu. Moshlem Barachatana Khana Malachmale.
Bro, how do you get that?
Hebrew's a rough sounding language if you don't speak it, you know, it's just aesthetically, you know? My cousin married an Israeli. I got an Israeli friend too. They all speak perfect English. I don't know if you ever met Israeli. I said to my Israeli friend, I was like, why don't you guys just lose the other language? You know, just.
Rolling sound, what?
Reset.
How the fuck do I cross this barrier?
I'm referee number 2. So sorry I'm late. Violation. Red card and cut.
So this is your car, huh?
Yeah. Bye guys.
How much do you pay this guy?
It just sounds like you got a problem here. It sounds like this is not working. Phlegm or something? Be honest, I don't know why anyone talks weird anymore. Be honest with you. You know, in this day and age, I was in Scotland doing shows. I was like, you guys still fucking talk like that? Like, just straining, like, what are you doing? What are we gonna do? Where are we going? What are we gonna do? I'm like, why are you talking like that? Are you a wizard or something? Like, how many fucking Die Hard movies do we have to make to get rid of that dumb fucking accent? Just talk normal, American. This is how you're supposed to sound. We figured it out. Some of us talk a little faster, some a little slower, but there's spaces between our words. I was in Ireland saying things like, would you like a fucking burr? I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not from your village. I don't know your dialect, man. No, they sound stupid. Let's be honest, they sound fucking stupid. They sound silly and they know it. Everyone in the UK knows they fucking sound stupid. They're just speaking that way to spite us. Because you ever notice when British people sing, how do they sound? American. Adele doesn't sing her songs like, hello, hello, it's me. I was wondering after all these years. Hello? No, you didn't even know she was British the first time you heard the song. First time you heard a song, you were like, who is this 400-pound black woman from Georgia? This bitch can blow! And then she came out like, hello, my name's Adele. You're like, why are you talking stupid? You were just singing normal. Like, I don't understand what that dumb fucking accent's about. No, look, if we're gonna have world peace, we gotta have things in common. The best way to unite people is like language, you know? That's why we gotta get rid of some of these dumb languages and accents, right? We gotta unite the world. If we wanna have world peace, nothing against culture, culture's great. We should just like learn 4 or 5 beautiful languages, we all speak them, and get rid of all the ugly sounding ones. The ones that are just aesthetically not pleasing to the ear, you know? Like Hebrew, gotta go. What's the point? They all speak English, let's just... Arabic, got to fucking go. Arabic is way too aggressive. You can't speak Arabic without making it look like you just did 20 bumps of coke and you want to kill everybody you ever met. Just eyes wide up. Mahdi Adi Muhammad Adi Adi. Mahdi Adi. Mahdi Adi. Mahdi Adi Muhammad Adi. Mahdi Adi Muhammad Adi. Mahdi Adi. Mahdi sounds like a goat with cerebral palsy. Like, Mahdi Adi. Mahdi Adi. Muhammad Adi. And German. Why do we even let them speak German? After World War II, we should have been like, you know, that language that sounds like you're bossing me around? No more of that shit. How's that sound? From now on, you guys are speaking English and playing baseball like the Japanese, so... It's called the Marshall Plan. Who won the war, you know? They know what they... Japanese, it's harsh too. Japanese just sounds like you're lifting boxes and you threw out your back. Chinese Mandarin, way too fucking complicated. I'm not doing a crossword puzzle to say the word the, alright? It's like... I gotta get rid of it. I don't make the rules, but I have ears. This is what I say we do. This is what I say we do. Okay, we put all the languages through a test. If they pass the test, we'll keep it, right? If it fails the test, we get rid of it. What's the test? We'll let the women of the world decide. With a test that only women can judge. Dirty talk. If it turns you on when he starts speaking it during sex, we'll keep it. If he starts talking and it makes you nauseous, you recoil. Gotta go. English is solid, right? You're having sex, like, yeah, who's your daddy, but not really your daddy. Take that, girl. That's what, call me daddy. Solid, C+, very neutral. I'm not gonna say the most beautiful, but neutral. We'll keep it. French, oh, how beautiful is French. Oh, musical, qu'est-ce que c'est, oui, je sais pas. Ah, parlez-vous français, oui, oui. Bon appétit. Croissant, je ne sais quoi. Ah. Musique. Italian, oh, how sexy is Italian. Musical. Essa la vita ciò bella. Fasta fassoli Maria. Peperoni lasagna. Gnocchi. Essa la vita ciò bella Maria. Sabina ciò bella. Oh, gorgeous. Oh, Spanish. Oh, how sexy is Spanish. Oh, maybe the most sexy. You could even while you do it, you know that. I love how Latin people dance to four corners for some reason. They just, it's like they're doing a magic trick. It's almost like they're paranoid somebody's behind them with a gun. Like, who the fuck is trying to... Oh, how sexy the Spanish sound. La mujer, ¿quieres carne? ¿Quieres carne? Porque yo tengo carne. Yo tengo grande carne, mujer. ¿Quieres pollo? Porque yo tengo pollo, muchacha. Yeah. You don't want to be having sex in here, Muslim. German is as aus Juden. Horsen, Hefe, Weißen. Sich heil, Heineken, Hefe, Weißen. Machen die Aldi. Machen die Aldi, machen die Aldi, machen die Aldi. Machen die Aldi. Machen die Aldi. Thank you guys for coming out, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give it go, man. Do shows.
Okay. history of the Apache warriors.
The real history of the Apache.
Why not?
Chapter 1. Origins in the Northern Mists. Before the Spanish conquistadors ever set foot in the American Southwest, before the first mission bells rang across the desert, there existed a people whose very name would come to symbolize resistance, adaptability, and an unbreakable connection to the land. These were the Apache, though they did not call themselves by this name. In their own languages, they were the Ende, the Dine, the Tinne, simply the people. To understand the Apache is to understand a journey that spans centuries and thousands of miles. Their story does not begin in the sun-scorched deserts and rugged mountains of Arizona and New Mexico, where history would later find them. Instead, we must travel northward, far into the reaches of what is now western Canada and Alaska, to the homelands of the Athabascan-speaking peoples. Linguistic evidence tells us a remarkable tale. The Apache languages belong to the southern Athabascan branch of the Na-Dene language family, a connection they share with the Navajo and distant relatives in the far north. This linguistic fingerprint reveals an epic migration, one of the great journeys of human history in North America. Sometime between 1200 and 1500 CIE, though some scholars suggest even earlier dates, groups of Athabascan-speaking people began moving southward along the eastern flanks of the Rocky Mountains. Imagine this journey for a moment. Generation after generation, these people traveled through territories unknown to them, adapting to new climates, new plants, new animals, and new peoples. They moved through the great northern forests, across the windswept plains, through mountain passes and river valleys. They were not fleeing catastrophe or seeking specific promised lands. Rather, they were following the timeless human impulses toward new opportunities, better hunting grounds, escape from conflicts, or simply the wanderer's eternal curiosity about what lies beyond the next horizon. As they traveled, they carried with them the accumulated knowledge of their northern ancestors. They brought techniques for survival in harsh climates, stories of their origins, spiritual practices that connected them to the natural world, and a social structure based on extended family groups and clan relationships. But they were not rigid in their ways. The Apache ancestors were remarkably adaptive, willing to learn from the peoples they encountered, to adopt new technologies and abandon old ones that no longer served them. By the time they reached the southern plains and the southwest, probably between 1400 and 1500 CE, they had transformed. The environment had shaped them as surely as they shaped it. The endless northern forests had given way to open grasslands, then to high desert country interspersed with mountains that thrust suddenly from the earth. The climate was drier, hotter in summer, though still capable of bitter cold in winter at elevation. The plants were different: pinon and juniper, mesquite and agave, prickly pear and yucca. The animals were different too: buffalo on the plains, mule deer in the mountains, javelina in the desert, and always the ever-present rabbits and smaller game. The people who would become the Apache divided into various groups as they spread across this vast landscape. Some remained primarily on the plains, becoming expert buffalo hunters and adopting the horse culture that would later define Plains Indian life. These were the groups that history would come to know as the Lipan and Kiowa Apache. Others moved into the mountains and high deserts of what is now Arizona and New Mexico. These would become the Western Apache, the Chiricahua, the Mescalero, and the Jicarilla. Each group adapted to its specific environment, but all maintained certain core cultural elements. They remained semi-nomadic, following game and seasonal resources. They lived in extended family groups that could join together or split apart as circumstances required. They developed an intimate knowledge of their territories, knowing every water source, every edible plant, every animal trail, every defensive position. This knowledge was not written in books, but carried in memory, passed from generation to generation, through story, instruction, and direct experience. The spiritual life of the Apache was deeply connected to the natural world. The mountains were sacred places, dwelling places of the mountain spirits, the Gan, who could be called upon for protection and healing. Lightning was a powerful force, dangerous but also sacred. The sun and moon were observed and honored. Certain animals possessed special significance and power. The Apache did not see themselves as separate from nature, but as part of an interconnected whole, where respect for all living things was not just an ethical choice, but a practical necessity for survival. Their material culture reflected their semi-nomadic lifestyle. They built wiki-ups, dome-shaped dwellings made from a framework of poles covered with brush, grass, or hides. These structures could be erected quickly and abandoned when the band moved on. They made beautiful and functional baskets, crucial for gathering and storing food. They created pottery, though not as extensively as their Pueblo neighbors. They worked leather into clothing, bags, and other necessities. They made weapons, bows and arrows, later incorporating firearms when they became available, clubs, knives, and eventually became renowned horsemen and warriors. But perhaps most importantly, they developed social systems that emphasized individual autonomy within a framework of family and band loyalty. There was no central Apache government, no supreme chief who ruled over all Apache people. Instead, each band had its own leaders, individuals who earned their positions through demonstrated skill, wisdom, and the respect of their people. These leaders ruled by consensus and persuasion, not by decree. If people disagreed with their leaders' decisions, they were free to follow another leader or strike out on their own. This emphasis on individual freedom and decentralized authority would later prove both a strength and a challenge for the Apache. It made them incredibly difficult for enemies to defeat decisively. There was no capital to capture, no king to overthrow. Destroy one band, and others continued to resist. But it also made it difficult for the Apache to present a unified front against the overwhelming forces that would eventually come against them. As the 16th century drew to a close, the Apache were well established in their southwestern homelands. They had been there for perhaps 1 or 2 centuries, long enough to become intimately familiar with the land, long enough to establish territories and traditional camping grounds, long enough to develop trading and raiding relationships with their neighbors, the Pueblo peoples, the Pima, the Tohono O'odham, and others. They were a formidable people, skilled in survival and warfare, deeply connected to their land and their way of life. But on the horizon, invisible to them, but drawing inexorably closer, came forces that would challenge everything they knew. From the south came the Spanish, bearing steel weapons, riding horses, seeking gold and converts, bringing diseases that would devastate populations, carrying ideas about land ownership and political authority that were fundamentally alien to Apache. Thinking the collision between these worlds would define Apache history for the next 3 centuries. A story of resistance and adaptation, of violence and survival, of a people who refused to surrender their freedom even in the face of overwhelming odds. Chapter 2. First Encounters. The Spanish Arrive. The year 1540 marks the traditional beginning of documented Apache history, though the Apache themselves would not have marked this year as particularly significant. It was the year that Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led his expedition into the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. What he found instead were the Pueblo villages of New Mexico and Arizona. And somewhere in his wanderings, his men likely encountered Apache people for the first time. The Spanish were not impressed by what they found. Instead of golden cities, they encountered scattered villages and nomadic bands, living in what seemed to the Europeans to be poverty. The Apache, for their part, were likely curious about these strange newcomers with their metal armor, their horses, their unusual customs, but not overly concerned. The Spanish were just another group in a complex landscape of different peoples, some friendly, some hostile, all manageable through the tried and true Apache strategies of diplomacy, trade, raiding, and when necessary, warfare. But the Spanish were different from any people the Apache had encountered before. They came not just to visit or trade, or even to conquer in the traditional sense, but to fundamentally transform the world they found. They came with a mission, literally, to convert the indigenous peoples to Christianity and to extract wealth from the land for the Spanish crown. They came with domestic animals unknown in the Americas: horses, cattle, sheep, goats. They came with metal tools and weapons that were far superior to the stone, bone, and wood implements of the native peoples. And they came with diseases: smallpox, measles, influenza, against which the indigenous peoples had no immunity. The Spanish established their first permanent settlement in the southwest at San Juan Pueblo in 1598 under the leadership of Juan de Oñate. This marked the beginning of the Spanish colonial period in New Mexico, which would last until 1821. The Spanish strategy was to establish missions and presidios, fortified military outposts, to control the territory and its peoples. They focused their missionary efforts primarily on the sedentary Pueblo peoples, who seemed more amenable to conversion and Spanish control than the nomadic Apache. For the Apache, the arrival of the Spanish was both a crisis and an opportunity. The crisis was obvious. These newcomers were establishing permanent settlements in Apache territory, claiming ownership of lands the Apache had roamed for generations, and attempting to impose their authority over all the peoples of the region. But the opportunity was equally clear. The Spanish brought with them wealth in the form of horses, cattle, sheep, metal goods, and trade items. For the Apache, who had long supplemented hunting and gathering with raiding their sedentary neighbors, the Spanish settlements represented rich new targets. The horse deserves special attention here, for it would transform Apache culture as profoundly as it transformed the cultures of the Plains Indians. Before the Spanish arrival, all travel in the Americas was on foot. The Apache were experienced and capable walkers, able to cover vast distances quickly, but there were limits to what a person could carry and how fast they could travel. The horse changed everything. The Apache did not acquire horses all at once in some great raid. Rather, horses spread gradually through a combination of trading, theft, and capture of strays. By the mid-1600s, many Apache bands had horses, and by the early 1700s, they were expert horsemen. The horse extended the range of Apache raids enormously. What had once required days or weeks of walking could now be accomplished in hours. Raiding parties could strike quickly and vanish before effective pursuit could be organized. The horse became integrated into Apache culture, a source of wealth, a measure of status, a military necessity. The relationship between the Apache and the Spanish quickly settled into a pattern that would persist for 2 centuries. The Spanish tried to control the Apache through a combination of military force, religious conversion, and economic inducement. The Apache resisted Spanish control while simultaneously raiding Spanish settlements for horses, cattle, and goods, and occasionally trading with the Spanish when it was advantageous to do so. The Spanish launched numerous military campaigns against the Apache throughout the colonial period. These campaigns followed a predictable pattern. Spanish forces, often including Pueblo auxiliaries, would march into Apache territory with the goal of punishing the Apache for raids and forcing them to submit to Spanish authority. The Apache would typically avoid direct battle, using their knowledge of the terrain to stay ahead of the slower-moving Spanish forces. If the Spanish did manage to attack an Apache encampment, the Apache would scatter, regroup, and continue their resistance. Sometimes the Spanish would claim victory, having killed some warriors and captured some women and children, but these victories were always temporary. The Apache would simply rebuild elsewhere and continue raiding. One major event disrupted this pattern: the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. After decades of Spanish oppression, forced labor, suppression of their religion, and devastating epidemics, the Pueblo peoples rose up in a coordinated rebellion that drove the Spanish out of New Mexico for 12 years. This revolt was led by a Tewa religious leader named Popé, and it was remarkably successful, uniting disparate Pueblo communities in common cause. The Apache relationship with the Pueblo Revolt was complex. Some Apache bands allied with the Pueblos against the Spanish. Others remained neutral or even aided the Spanish, seeing an opportunity to settle old scores with particular Pueblo groups. When the Spanish returned to New Mexico in the 1690s under Diego de Vargas, they found a changed situation. Some Pueblo peoples, fearing Spanish retribution, had fled west and joined with Apache bands. These interactions led to cultural exchange and intermarriage in some cases. The return of the Spanish did not mean a return to the status quo ante. The Spanish had learned lessons from the revolt. They were somewhat less oppressive in their treatment of the Pueblo peoples, though they still maintained colonial control. They also intensified their efforts to deal with the Apache, whom they saw as an ongoing threat to the security of the colony. Throughout the 1700s, the pattern continued. Apache raids on Spanish settlements and the Pueblos, Spanish military campaigns against the Apache, periods of tenuous peace interrupted by renewed violence. The Spanish tried various strategies. They attempted to concentrate Apache bands near Presidios, where they could be watched and controlled, providing rations and trade goods as incentive. This strategy occasionally worked for brief periods with particular bands, but it never produced lasting peace. Most Apache simply refused to give up their freedom and way of life. The Spanish also tried to play different Apache groups against each other, and the Apache against other indigenous peoples. They encouraged raiding between different groups, provided weapons to allied bands, and generally pursued a divide-and-conquer strategy. The Apache, in turn, played similar games, allying with the Spanish against common enemies when it suited them, then raiding Spanish settlements when opportunity arose. During this period, the Apache gained a fearsome reputation as warriors and raiders. Spanish documents from the colonial period are filled with accounts of Apache depredations, stolen horse herds, killed settlers, burned ranches. The Spanish came to see the Apache as the primary obstacle to the expansion and security of their northern frontier. They were not entirely wrong. The Apache did indeed represent an ongoing challenge to Spanish control of the region, maintaining their independence and their way of life through constant resistance. But it's important to understand this conflict from the Apache perspective as well. From their point of view, the Spanish were invaders who had occupied their lands, claimed ownership of territories that belonged to no one, or rather, belonged to everyone who used them. The Spanish built settlements and ran livestock on lands where the Apache had hunted game and gathered plants. The Spanish tried to restrict Apache movement and dictate Apache behavior. Raiding, from the Apache perspective, was not criminal behavior, but rather a legitimate way of redistributing resources and maintaining their independence. Moreover, raiding was not simply about material gain. It was integrated into Apache culture and social organization. Successful raids brought prestige to warriors and their families. Raiding provided opportunities for young men to prove themselves and...
Alright. Well, I need to restart my stream because I need to check something on my phone. Making some progress. I'll be right back.